Nice to be in orbit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
to be in orbit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
Hello, my name is Brandon Klein. I will be your facilitator for this Agility Prime Week. The world is ready for flying cars, and so are we. Here's a little taste of what you can expect this week while we're going live to the whole world. First, we're going to keep this interactive the entire time. We only have one 4-minute video recorded video, and the rest of the time, everybody will be live and in person. We also are going to add a little bit of art to this. Enough of just talking speakers and interactive breakouts the whole time. We have artists capturing all the sessions live so that you can see what you're hearing and even share it via social media afterwards if you'd like. Engagement with you, the audience, can be very difficult in a virtual setting. So we've set up multiple channels to meet you where you're at. For example, YouTube Live. You can see it to the right of your screen right now. You can do it all the time. Slack. We have a Slack community going live as well that you can participate in. See the links coming up now in the different chat areas so that you can access Slack. Also check your emails too. Please don't forget, #AgilityPrime. Let's get this thing really popular out on social so that we can spread Flying Car to everyone. Live networking between sessions. We'll give you the opportunity between 1 and 3 every single day. We've got you completely covered for networking sessions. It's going to be an exciting, revolutionary way to do networking. We've even got a trade show where all the participants and all the vendors, over 100 manufacturers related to flying cars, are going to be able to introduce and meet with you directly and individually. But that's not enough. Let's set the bar even higher for this week. We've got over 57 speakers lined, over 3,000 people registered. The Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of the Air Force, 3 generals, 2 U.S. senators, including from my home state of Vermont, and a host of military and other leaders. A lot of speakers is great, but let's break a world record together. Wednesday morning, we're going to try to set a record for the largest number of simultaneous virtual breakout groups ever done. Of course, all focused on flying cars. On Friday, we'll have a premiere launch of the flying car. And of course, we're focused the entire week on the long-term success of Agility Prime and then bringing flying cars to a reality. So we'll be capturing everything as we go, putting it back out to you as the audience. Always come back to agilityprime.com where it'll be updated almost every minute over the next week. All right. Nate is one of our speakers and our co-host for the entire session and the leader of Agility Prime. But before I head over to him, we want to open it up to you directly. What questions do you have for today's speakers? That's our first question that's going out live now. You can see on the screen right now. You can go to the website, poloev.com/agilityprime and vote, or super easy, just text in your answer by texting 22333 and Agility Prime for what question you want to hear. And we're going to make sure that we bring those questions back to the amazing lineup of speakers we have coming up next. And now, 3 after, we've got over 3,000 people that are likely to participate today. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you Colonel Nathan Diller, the team lead for Agility Prime. He is an FAA certified instructor, an airline transport pilot in the Air Force, and has served as a fighter pilot, a test pilot, a space and cyber program manager, and much more degrees than me. Engineering and policy degrees from the Air Force Academy, Harvard, MIT, France's Soup Aero, and the National Defense University. Pretty amazing. Welcome, Nate. And as our audience across the world joins us, we want to make final preparations and welcome these distinguished speakers this morning. But first, I have a question for you. We've talked over the last couple of weeks, and throughout your career, you've flown 50 different types of airplanes. I don't know if I've been on 50 airplanes. What about this new technology excites you? What about it?
So Brandon, thanks for the introduction and welcome to everyone joining us here today. We begin by extending our thoughts to those suffering because of the COVID crisis, and we offer our gratitude to those engaged in minimizing that suffering. With all that challenges, COVID brings an opportunity this week. We are working in different places, in different ways, experimental virtual connection. We've got kids that are here in our workplaces helping us out in all kinds of different ways. We've got dogs. If you're expecting a polished production, you're probably in the wrong place. If you're trying to get your hands dirty, learn, interact, and experiment, you're in the right place. Because of social distancing, we get to join thousands of people around the world. An adventure exploring the future of flight in this historic time of isolation, we're reminded of the critical role of mobility in connecting humans together and team together here. We're going to take mobility to new heights. Right, like so many airmen, I love flying things. I started flying as a kid on the farm in Texas, distributing beneficial insects on organic cornfields so we didn't have to use pesticides. Years later, over those same cornfields, I proposed to my wife in an experimental plane built on the farm, and the Air Force has given me fantastic opportunities to continue to pursue that love of flight. But you asked, what really excites me about this technology? I'm thrilled by the spirit of innovation, the diversity of people all coming together to make a vision a reality, driving our daily routine into the skies, a vision that democratizes aviation into the future. You have thousands of engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, kids, and national leaders working to give.
Speaker, it's saying it's going to the Scarlett Solo USB.
Like everything's set. I'm going to get our morning started by introducing someone who knows transportation very well, none other than the Honorable Elaine Chao, the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, who's been driving innovation and safety in mobility. So we'll hand it over to Secretary Chao for a few comments.
It's great to join you for the launch of the Agility Prime program. Electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, or eVTOLs, are an exciting new technology with both military and commercial applications. This technology is potentially appealing for a lot of reasons. eVTOLs have the same agile, vertical takeoff and landing capability as helicopters, but are quieter and should cost much less to operate because of their electric motors. But, as is true for any new transportation innovation, safety and public acceptance will be key to full development and deployment. Legitimate public concerns about safety, security, and privacy need to be addressed. Because without public acceptance, commercialization won't be possible. So safety, which is my top priority, must be a major priority for developers as well. I am so pleased that the FAA is participating in this video teleconference. The FAA is gaining extensive experience integrating new technologies safely into the national airspace, such as drones and reusable rockets. The department launched several pilot projects to test drone operations in a variety of environments, and we're in the process of revamping the regulations and permitting process for commercial space launches to keep up with this rapidly growing industry. Our goal is to engage with new technologies in a way that addresses public concerns about safety, security, and privacy without hampering innovation. The FAA is also working closely with a number of companies pursuing advanced air mobility to certify the safety of their vehicles and their operations. And as part of these efforts, the FAA is working with developers and other federal agencies to establish best practices and industry standards for the safe introduction of the advanced technologies like their battery systems, automation, and flight controls. But let me emphasize that we in the government are not in the business of picking technology winners or losers. That's for the market and consumers to decide. This launch of Agility Prime is so exciting. This technology has the potential to make vertical flight more affordable and more widely available. And with the encouragement of the U.S. Air Force and the entire federal government, American companies employing American workers can gain a head start and win a fair share of this lucrative market. So welcome to the launch of Agility Prime, and please remember that safety has got to be number one. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Secretary Chao. As a reminder to the audience, please submit your questions. We have another live visitor joining us right now. Nate, will you please do the honor of an introduction? And audience, please submit your questions because we really are going to be answering them coming up.
Absolutely, and thanks so much to Secretary Chao and all of her staff in the Department of Transportation. Been fantastic partners in this. And I want to turn over to the visionary who's made Agility Prime possible. Dr. Will Roper, the Assistant Secretary for the Air Force, Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. He's responsible for over $60 billion of annual acquisition budget for the Air Force, and he is the champion for innovation. Dr. Roper, over to you for some introductory comments.
Thanks, Colonel Diller, and thank you to everyone joining us from the comfort of your own homes. Certainly, this is not how we thought Agility Prime would be launched, but what amazing agility shown by a program with the name and its very title. So for the team that has pulled this off, to you, Colonel Diller, to Brooks and Rachel, and everyone on the core team that has worked planning the event, to AFWorks that has helped us pivot to this online forum, to our amazing people at the Air Force Research Lab and our Program Executive Office for Mobility who have taken on this non-traditional program, to our testers who have embraced trying to do things non-traditionally so that we can get certifications done quickly, to everyone who's been part of the Agility Prime launch. Well done. It is awesome that innovation is not going to be a casualty of COVID-19. The nation is dependent on us continuing to push big ideas for a brighter future, and Agility Prime represents one. So you're going to hear a lot this week about how we're going to do this, how we're going to make flying cars real first for the Department of the Air Force and then later for the country. So what I want to do is go through the why. Why is this an idea we're so excited about? Why do we think this represents a greater pivot in acquisition? And why is getting this right for ideas beyond Agility Prime, for other commercial technologies? Why is it critically important if we're going to compete long term? So get your questions in. I'm happy to answer anything that's on your mind. I was able, thanks to Wired, was able to get an op-ed out this morning that really captures a lot of the ideas around the vision, but you can't ask questions of an op-ed. So this is a great opportunity to put your ideas on the table and get some feedback from me, and I'm sure I'll learn as well. So let's go back 18 months. In my relationship with Air Force acquisition, it was very clear that the Pentagon as a whole and the Department of the Air Force, as a part of it, had lost connection with the majority of our nation's innovation base. We were still operating in a Cold War model where the US government generated most of the technology that later goes on to change the world. In the Cold War, we represented most of the research and development in this nation. And now, as we sit here today, the Department of Defense is only 20% of the R&D that this country does. So 80% of our opportunities are out in commercial tech. The habit we had gotten into was continuing those Cold War business practices where programs are so few and far between that if you're an upcoming tech company, you can't wait on that once in a generation program to be your launching pad. Our contracting process was so slow that if you needed money from us quickly, we couldn't guarantee that we could be on your critical path for growth, especially commercial growth. The generation of technology companies have grown up without a relationship with the military. And if that continues to happen, it will put our national security at risk. We must be wherever innovators are. And just because it's commercial doesn't mean it can't benefit the military. Far from it. The commercial dollars that are coming in to R&D doesn't represent the Department of Defense being bad. We're still having tech output just like we have historically. But technology is now cheap and ubiquitous to create. Two people with a laptop and a connection to the internet couldn't generate technology 20 years ago, but they can now, right? Technology has gotten cheaper to create. And because of that, it's ubiquitous. And we have to be wherever the innovators are. So we started a lot of initiatives trying to change the game and how we work with tech startups and scale-ups. You've probably experienced some of them if you followed along in our journey in Air Force acquisition. Wonderful organizations like AFWorks that have been championed working with commercial tech and opening up the way we do small business innovative research. Our Small Business Innovative Research Center of Excellence working with AFWorks to do things like pitch days, if you've heard of that. It's flipping the script on how quickly the government can do contracting. So we go from what used to be 6 months, which means that we are not relevant to a company that needs to scale up quickly, to being able to do a contract in 15 minutes and have that company paid at the same time they're awarded, showing that we view cash flow as something that is incredibly important, and our commitment is to be able to do it at the speed of need. So I won't take you down that trail of the Air Force becoming more like a private investor and our launch of Air Force Ventures, but you need to understand that was the foundation that got us to Agility Prime. Because as we started working with technology startups and scale-ups, we realized that there's a broader thing that we need to be able to do, but to do it, commercial innovators and investors are going to have to trust the United States Air Force as an innovation partner of choice. And so the thing that we wanted to do beyond just work with companies and help them scale up quickly and commercialize in a way that benefits the military, though it's super important we do that. So we wanted to look ahead to emerging commercial markets and be able to work with them early to accelerate them in a way that helps our nation, but helps our military as well. So we don't just want to seed companies within that market. We want to shape and drive and accelerate the market itself. And the first one we're attempting to do within the Department of Defense is vertical takeoff and landing systems. So whether they're electric, whether they're hybrid, they represent a truly transformative leap ahead in transportation, but it's very clear they're going to have military import. And so rather than let what happened to the commercial drone industry happen to eVTOL, we want to be engaged early so that innovators in this space get the benefit of not just commercial partnerships, but military partnerships too. So I want to hit really quickly that commercial drone example, because it's a cautionary tale of why we've got to get this right and be able to repeat this type of partnership over and over again. So we all remember when hobbyist drones were first coming out, they were the coolest gift everyone wanted for Christmas. But what did the Pentagon do? Well, we watched it. We probably bought them as private citizens, but we didn't engage that market proactively. What happened to it? Well, the supply chain quickly went overseas just due to globalization. And now those foreign systems like DJI Phantoms represent a security risk to us. We have to sign off on every one used in the DoD activity. So because we were not proactive, the market shifted in a way that is not beneficial to national security and not beneficial to our industry base and economy as well. So as the great philosopher Mike Tyson says, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, our plan got punched in the mouth by forces that were outside of our control. So what are we trying to do, taking an example from that cautionary tale and trying to change it as we engage with eVTOL? Is we want to be very clear up front that there is a path for the military market to accelerate domestic use. We're putting that out through the launch of Agility Prime. And we're learning a lot about ourselves as a market and an innovation partner. Typically, when we engage with an industry partner, it's our money, it's our funding. That's the primary basis of the relationship. But in the case of eVTOL, we bring a lot of things that are a broader value proposition to this very exciting, transformative technology. So what do we bring to help get these new air systems, not just fielded for the military, but fielded domestically so we can all fly to work one day, just like the Jetsons promised us back in 1962. So what do we have? Well, we have testing ranges that are the envy of the world. We have safety engineers, flight certification engineers who know their stuff. In fact, our safety process is viewed with such esteem that when we fly jets over stadiums, no one gets worried. Everyone's excited because there is trust that those high performance vehicles are absolutely safe to be in the air. And finally, we've got people that do those certifications for us. We're like a mini nation in and of ourselves within the United States Air Force. So our value proposition in engaging with electric vertical takeoff and landing systems is to bring those things, our ranges, our certifications, get these vehicles quickly through a military certification, start purchasing them, start flying them for military missions that will be radically transformed, like logistics, base defense, disaster relief will never be done the same way. Once we can cheaply do in the air what we currently have to do laboriously on the ground, they won't go back. And every hour we log will build confidence in investors, in companies, and in regulators. We want to de-risk that regulational risk. We want to de-risk funding risk. And we want to de-risk the potential for this market to move overseas without the engagement of the military as a steadying force. So it's exciting to be doing this way where more people can participate in the launch. We're going to do a tally for how many have joined, but imagine if we had stayed with the South by Southwest kickoff. Only a few people could have been a part of that, and now everyone can be. We have a whole week to discuss not just the importance of this technology, but to understand how the market is evolving under current forces, how the Air Force can help accelerate it, and to talk through how we're going to get this over the goal line so that one day there are vehicles flying out for Air Force mission that are painted gray with U.S. Air Force down the side, just like every aircraft we have does, but that look very different than anything that's flown before. So we are excited to be a foundational innovation partner. We want to continue looking for opportunities in this space. We do not want commercial markets to evolve without a partnership with us if there's one to be had. To sum up, innovation is a battlefield now. To compete and win against adversaries long term, every emerging market is a battlefield. We can't stand back and say, well, our government purchasing system just delivers capabilities for warfighters when they need them. That is insufficient to win. We must also bring opportunities. Looking at these commercial markets for opportunities our warfighters don't even know to ask for, but that can be transformative. And if we do that, and we keep those partnerships strong, then the trend I've seen over the last 18 months, where more private investors view our brand as one you can take to the bank, where private equity firms are now reaching out to determine how do we partner on these emerging markets, we are becoming a trusted innovation partner in commercial tech. I could not be prouder of this initiative. I could not be prouder of this team. And I am excited to see how quickly we can go to help commercialize this market for our nation so that our warfighters have options they don't have today, and our nation has an economic advantage far into the future. Innovation is a battlefield, and Agility Prime is just one way we're going to win it. Vidoff, let's do some questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roper. Nate, I know, has a question ready to go for you, but we're, I think, just around 2,000 live viewers who just watched you right there. And they've been streaming in questions, and the AFWERX team in the background has been looking across all the themes and clustering those questions. And we've got 5 that we're putting up live now. And rather than ask you all 5, we're going to ask the audience to vote. So you can text your vote of which of the 5 you want, or you can go online and also submit which question you want answered. So while the audience is voting, and please do vote in large numbers, Nate, will you kick us off with another question, please?
Absolutely. Dr. Roper, thanks so much for the fantastic comments, and in particular for the leadership that you provided, giving so many people an opportunity here. We're going to start with my favorite and the idea of actually getting in the air. Dr. Roper, when are you going to take your first flight in a flying car?
So, Colonel Diller, I had hoped it would already have happened. Of course, COVID-19 was a punch in the mouth that we have responded to brilliantly. So keeping this program on track sends a strong message that innovation is not stopping because of the current crisis. We have to do things differently, and this virtual kickoff is an example, but innovation doesn't wait on anyone. So couldn't be prouder of our team. The second I can get out of these socially distanced restrictions and get on a vehicle, I'm there. I want to not just fly. I'd like to be trained to pilot them so that I can say I was one of the first people to be able to fly these on the government side. So the experience of getting that hands-on engagement is going to be important, because these aren't traditional aircraft. They don't require the same level of airmanship, and that's part of their selling point. We put a lot of time and money and resource into training pilots like yourself. And it's not to say we don't want traditional pilots to fly eVTOL, but a much broader class of airmen can be involved in. And that's going to be one of the exciting things about Agility Prime, is getting more people that experience being in the air. And I couldn't be more excited to see what our warfighters do in terms of mission applications. They always have ideas that far outstrip what the acquisition team thought of initially. So exciting things to come.
So following on that point, what do you think the future pilot looks like when we have capability like this? What are the key things that you think DoD brings to help us think differently maybe about that future pilot? What are the capabilities that DoD has to help that? And what does that future look like? And when does that future get here?
Sure. Well, we want the future here as fast as we can accelerate it. So our goal is within 3 years to have these doing missions for the Air Force. I think that's very achievable given the maturity of the technology. I think a lot of the things that we start, we've got to have the mindfulness of thinking ahead to those FAA certifications and domestic use. We have great partnership across the interagency. So could not be more excited to have great partnerships with the Department of Transportation, and big thanks to Secretary Chow for speaking this morning. That is just awesome. But it's beyond just transportation. We've got NASA, we've got FAA. We have a lot of people excited about the military coming in as the first user. And why is that? Well, we have processes to get from new ideas to things that are certified to be used and are trusted to be safe. That's what we do. We put exotic things in the air and make sure that they land after they take off. So we're bringing that. We're bringing the U.S. Air Force brand to this technology that's emerging. So what I expect we'll do, we look at how to certify these are safe to fly for us, that a lot of that will be mirrored by the FAA. When we look at who is certified to fly one of these, how much training do they need? You know, what does it take to get them to a certain level of proficiency that they can fly around a base for defense or fly in a disaster relief zone and deliver supplies? There may be different levels of training that are required. But I expect that whatever we do will likely be mirrored domestically. And because this is what we do, and we have a mission that can accept a little than domestic missions, right? Because we have to be ready to go into conflict with these. I think that will really help accelerate the market. And as long as we keep good comms, good partnerships with our external interagency partners, then our moving ahead won't just be moving ahead for the Air Force, it'll be moving ahead for the nation and ultimately the world.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Roper. And the questions, the votes rather, from the audience are streaming in. I can't see the exact numbers, but over hundreds of votes have been submitted. So I'm just going to give you a sense, the top 2 questions to come in. I'll give you those 2 questions. They got 33 and 23% of the votes. I'll give you those 2 questions and let you choose which one you want to answer in whichever order. So the first one is, how does the US government intend to rapidly commercialize this technology? That's our winner. Our second place one was, what does the process of flight test and certification look like for an OEM working with the government, and will it be the same across all branches? So once again, the biggest one, how does the US government intend to rapidly commercialize this? And the next one on certification and working with the government.
Copy. Two great questions, and that's why we're here to answer them. So the first, in terms of what we're going to be doing in terms of accelerating the commercial market, first, we're going to get these certified to fly military missions. I think every flight hour that we log is going to be worth millions, if not billions, to those companies that are successful in partnering with us early on. As I mentioned before, we've got a very trusted safety certification process. We have a great safety track record, and we fly the most exotic airplanes on Earth. So we're bringing that to bear. I think that's going to really help commercial markets go faster, because we'll be de-risking all of those initial certifications that will have to happen for domestic use. They'll be informed by data from us. So I think that is a huge value proposition for us. We're also going to bring funding to procure these systems, which will help companies that are currently building experimental or extremely low rate quantities. It'll help them to scale up, to build things in larger quantities, so we can start understanding supply chain and production, all things that will help that production ramp to continue when domestic certifiers have their thumbs up and say, hey, let's go ahead and bring these to bear, for the United States. In terms of what working with us will look like, and this also partially is answering the first question as well, is how are we going to accelerate this market? But how you'll work with us to accelerate it will be a series of air races. Think of these as challenge or demonstration-based approach to acquisition. We are not going to take mature technology through a Cold War process. These vehicles are ready to fly today. We will assess whether they're ready to go into production today. So rather than go through a paper drill, we want to get out in the real world and prove it by doing. And we're not just looking for one kind of vertical takeoff and landing system. We see there being a role for smaller vehicles that can move a couple of people, things like security or rescue. You can imagine those vehicles being useful for. But we also see uses for bigger vehicles that could do logistics and resupply. So we'll have a series of challenges where companies can show up. There'll be an easy to understand solicitation through our Agility Prime program. They show up, the things we're looking for, the ranges we want people to fly, the speeds we want people to fly, the payloads we want people to carry. And if you succeed, you move on. You keep going down the path towards being certified, put into production, and flown for United States Air Force missions. One key thing we are doing and committing to is not putting defense unique requirements into this market. The last thing we need to do in accelerating it is to create an offshoot that is going to slow down having one set of vehicles that are used by everyone. Because now our military unique requirements may drive a different certification process than the domestic one. We want to keep the vehicles consistent. Purchase these just like private citizens do, as a vehicle that's used for a service or a mission that the Air Force does, not as the driver of its R&D and way ahead. The good news is the direction we see private going is exactly what we want. These things are exceptionally cheap to purchase and operate compared to traditional vehicles. We're benefiting from investments made in hybrid and electric vehicles in the automotive industry, and now we're just applying those in the air. So I should also say, we also see private investors and innovators valuing things that we would value, like keeping the noise down. Obviously need that for domestic use, but that'll be helpful for a lot of missions like rescue, where you want to get in quietly. So we see ourselves tracking in parallel with the way that domestic use is going, And so what we're simply doing is coming in and saying we can be a bridge to that market. We can help stabilize and not have happen to eVTOL what happened to the hobbyist drone.
Super. I think it's fantastic. One of the questions that's been coming in is this role of investors. Can you talk a little more detail, the relationship that you've seen with investors and the government since we've kicked this effort off? What does that look like? And then with a piece of that, what does it look like now under this COVID situation? Can you tell us a little bit more about this new approach to relationship building?
Absolutely, Colonel Diller. It's exceptionally important that we have close relationships with investors of all type, venture capitalists as well as private equity investors. And we didn't have them 2 years ago. I couldn't get those kind of entities to return our call. We just simply didn't have a relationship with them. We weren't on a critical path. The worst sentence I have heard spoken to me in this job by a major private investment firm was that they devalued companies on contract with the US government. That is the worst and most damning statement I can think of if we're going to compete in commercial technology and emerging markets long term. Now, as we have done the stand-up of Air Force Ventures, we've completely changed the game with how you work with us in commercial tech. We help you become a successful commercial company. We didn't in the past. Your success commercially helps us in the military. So we're finding a way to help catalyze that acceleration and growth. And it's just been wonderful. This past year, we brought in over $1 billion of private investment into Air Force programs. And prior to COVID-19, we were going to go for 3 to 5 for this year. Last year, we saw 3 to 1 matching for every dollar we spent. In the past, it was 75 cents on the dollar. So what a step ahead. And that same large private investment venture capital firm that told me they devalued companies told me for the first time in their history, they raised the evaluation of any company on a United States Air Force contract. That is how big of a pivot this has been. So for everyone who has been part of our venture efforts, from AFRL, the Cyber Center of Excellence, to AFWorks, to our team in AQV that's running all of this out of the Pentagon, you guys have rocked, you've crushed it, you've changed the game, we'll never go back. But what that did is it built up a network of friends. And it's really the private investors that we have to be in sync with, because we can't have the same kind of relationships with thousands of companies coming into our door like we do with the defense primes. We have to engage more like a private investor. And so it's having their buy-in to our process that built up a network of people that helped us get to Agility Prime and some of the COVID-19 responses. So the way that our AF Ventures process works is we do 1,000 very small scale entry-level contracts that then down select to about 3 typing scale-up contracts. And what we recently just did was the top of the pyramid, a couple of really big bets. So the strategic finance increase, big bets, similar in size to a Series A in many cases, that really give a company a chance to take a big idea and get it into production and into a long-term contract with the Air Force. We were missing that. There was no ability to grow as a company, whether you wanted to become a commercial success, a defense success, or somewhere in between. Now we have that. And now that private investors value our money, it sets us up to go even bigger with trying to accelerate and influence in a positive way an entire market. And so the response from private investors backing up eVTOL concept has been amazing. We've got to continue to strengthen them. It is a strategic asset and resource in this nation. Innovation is our edge. And as you mentioned, COVID-19, we have a lot of amazing COVID-19 responses that are currently coming in and being funded because we had that network of innovators in place prior to this crisis. The takeaway from me going forward is it is too big of a risk to not be connected to innovators, private investors, wherever they are, because you have to do that to compete long-term against an opponent like China. But you also need to be in the same posture to deal with a crisis like the one we're in. And innovation is our way out. And I will tell you, there are some fantastic ideas that we're funding that may be the way out of this and the way to get back to work safely, get back to business as usual, and get back to focusing on long-term competition as our day-to-day metric.
Excellent. Really appreciate that. It's actually been interesting to see some of the companies, as you mentioned, this relationship, some of the featuring this week, the ones that are started as our SBIR partners, actually have some fantastic skills in manufacturing that have allowed them to quickly pivot to one of them doing fantastic testing, another one being able to quickly build masks. So it's exciting to see that happen and to hear the great stories of innovation in small businesses. Can you tell us a little bit how you envision some of the defense primes and some of the larger companies interacting with Agility Prime?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've had a lot more discussion with them as we're all working remote and working really hard. So for everyone that's part of the Air Force and Space Force acquisition team, I just want you to be able to see from me on this video that I am so appreciative for the amazing work you've done to keep our programs on track. But we can't do it without industry. And so I've been having lots of discussions with our primes about their to innovating and working with commercial tech. And I do see the primes starting to change. They are not going to be viable companies for the long term if they are annexed from the 80% of our nation's R&D that is commercial. They represent many markets like us. Every area they're trying to do business capture for a major defense program is an area where there are potentials for partnerships. And as we go beyond the first generation of eVTOL, where hopefully we're using vehicles as they commercially for the military, I think there is an opportunity after we've accelerated and commercialized this market and are flying these things domestically to begin thinking about defense unique applications. It's not that there won't be good ideas. We just shouldn't do that first. That provides an incredible opportunity for our defense primes to bring in technology, sensors, payloads that they develop for us and work with companies that now have, enough cash flow and liquidity from commercial sales to start thinking through things that are beyond, the next generation beyond. And typically, things that we would need for the military, I think would have some import for domestic use. The thing we'll have to get to beyond this, right? Progress in governments just moving to better problems. Our problem right now, in the past, was we couldn't work with commercial companies. Now we can. Our problem now is ensuring that as we accelerate a market, we don't split off a defense unique branch. The problem we'll have in future is as we bring in military unique tech and start exploring marrying it up with different eVTOL concepts, that there's a way to flow that back into domestic sales. We can't make it so exquisite, so over the top, that it can't be shared with anyone. We're really great at exquisite tech in the government, and we need it. We go to war with it. But we also have to know when to intentionally set the bar a little lower because it's okay for mission, and it opens up revenue streams domestically that would not happen if we go through the ITAR process. So it's a better problem. We got to earn our way to it, VDOL.
Super. I think if we can get some of your final closing thoughts, as you know, we have queued up here shortly our executive for mobility in the Air Force, General Miller, and I'll let you do the introduction. But before you do that, a couple of final thoughts on that, and then we'll transition over to the comments by General Miller, followed by Secretary Barrett.
Absolutely, Colonel Diller. Well, firstly, let me again reiterate my thanks for this wonderful event. So for Secretary Chow, for Secretary Barrett, for our Chief of Staff, who's going to close it out at the end of the week, to General Miller, to Senator Leahy, and Senator Murkowski, thank you so much for putting this as part of your week. It's good medicine to start thinking about an optimistic future. And so for my part, this is good for my soul as well, to think about getting beyond this crisis and getting back to American leadership and innovation. I also want to reiterate my thanks to the entire team that is having to do business not as usual. Right? We're not driving this program via money. We're driving it through a broader value proposition that's going to change the way we do business. Our PEO for mobility, our test centers are all having to think differently and are doing a great job. And you as well, Colonel Diller, you are the fulcrum that makes all of this work. So your leadership and the team supporting you is so much appreciated. I have the utmost confidence in your ability. So firstly, thank you. This happened because of innovation. And the fact that we're using an innovative process to continue the launch tells me we've got the right innovative team to get this over the goal line. I'll reiterate what I started. Innovation is a battlefield. This is an amazing emerging market. These vehicles are cheap to buy, they're cheap to operate, They're going to allow us to do things in the third dimension we currently do in two. And I have no illusions that we see the utter end state of exactly how these will be used. But I know they'll be revolutionary and game changing, because unlike past revolutions in aviation that typically give you better performance, but at a higher price, this is giving us better performance at a lower price. So this has a chance to do amazing things for our military. But I'm excited about being able to bring this to bear for our nation, being able to make transportation be easier and faster, connecting people who aren't currently connected because driving is simply too slow. I could see a bright future for this in shifting whole parts of our economy into the third dimension, just like our military missions. But it's going to begin with us. If the United States Air Force can't find a way to get these certified, to get these into production and flying, then it's unlikely that that will happen domestically. Fortunately, we have the right people, we have the right partnerships with those interagency partners. And so for all of them joining us, a big shout out to you as well. We are going together. So keep comms open and tell us what we need to do to make your mission easier on the other side. It is not simply getting eVTOL fielded for the military. It is a necessary thing to do, but it's not sufficient to meet all of our ambitions. We want to bring this to bear for our country first. We want to impact our economy. We want that to be how the military thinks about long-term competition with China. How do we bring our market, our resource, our value proposition, which is bigger than money, to help accelerate markets faster than our opponents? Because once this new market is stood up, now it's a new engine that we can bring into our national security thinking. If we don't succeed in this market through forces of globalization and maybe predatorial forces as it moves overseas into countries that won't share our same values and same future vision, for us as a military, it's too big of a risk for us for a nation. We don't have the same closed system. We don't have the same nationalized industry bases that other nations do. Can't pick up the phone and tell companies, you got to do this for me. But I think that markets on the long term are much better. They continually produce amazing innovation because of the forces and competitions within them. What we're trying to do here is allow people who want to be leaders in commercial tech to have access to our market in a way that is win-win, that's an accelerant. And if we do that, that's the way to make our open system compete against closed systems with nationalized industrial bases. We want, whenever there is a synergy between a commercial ambition and a military mission, we want those commercial innovators to say it is win-win to work with the military as a way to slingshot me to commercial success. If we get this right, I don't know what the future Air Force looks like. I don't know what those future threats are going to be, but I am confident we will have a network of innovators we will be working with day to day. So if a conflict happens, we're ready to innovate our way through it. And if a crisis happens like the one we're in, we're ready to innovate our way through it. Innovation is our leading edge. It is a battlefield. Agility Prime represents a new way to win. It's a way that's fun too. And let's face it, we could all use something that's fun and distracting and future looking. So I think this is happening at a great time for us to pull our heads up from COVID-19 and remind ourselves what makes our nation great, what makes our industry partners great, and what makes the United States Air Force great. So I am so excited to be a participant, and we'll be joining multiple times through the week when Pentagon meetings get depressing. So this is going to be my happy spot. So thank you again to the team for pulling this together. With that, let me introduce a good friend and partner in General Miller. So as the commander of Air Mobility Command, General Miller has been not just a close colleague of mine, but a true friend. We have worked together on some of the most controversial and difficult acquisition programs that are in the Air Force, specifically recently the Remote Visual System 2.0 for the KC-46. We have been partnered for over a year trying to get that program to the goal line. I will tell you, aside from being a trusted wingman and ally and making sure we deliver future mobility capabilities that her airmen needs, you can find no greater advocate for the airmen that do the incredible mission that is our mobility enterprise. It is very clear coming into the Air Force that it is our mobility and logistics that delineate our force. Every nation can have an air show if they want, just by buying airplanes. but it's the amazing people that keep it refueled, resupplied, and that move equipment around, that turn that air show into an air force. And General Miller, as the commander of Air Mobility Command, does that every day. And I couldn't be prouder to work with her, to support her, and to call her a friend. General Miller, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Roper. And I tell you, I'm in my happy place today. I get to talk about Air Mobility Command and its warriors and our mission and the future. So thanks for the opportunity. So Air Mobility Command is the preeminent leader in rapid, large-scale mobility operations. From its foundation, AMC is focused primarily on delivering manpower and material, but our mission is expanding in both physical and virtual ways across multiple domains to enable the success of the Joint Force. The ways and means by which AMC operates may evolve, but the enduring end state is always mission success. On demand, AMC meets national security objectives on a global scale by providing and projecting agile power through airlift, air refueling, air medical evacuation, and the global air mobility support to meet Joint Force requirements. So access and freedom of maneuver is and will continue to be the key challenge to rapid global mobility operations in airspace and in cyberspace. To deliver desired effects in the increasingly contested global commons, AMC will develop unmatched capabilities that enable force projection, maneuverability, and sustainment. In this capacity, AMC will move at speeds which present multiple dilemmas which an adversary cannot overcome. So this is where Agility Prime can help. Agility Prime seeks to ensure a global advantage in advanced logistics technology. Agility Prime can reduce the risk of adversary commercial dominance resulting in military disadvantage, as demonstrated in the small UAS market. The National Defense Strategy calls for the need to conduct distributed logistics. As the United States Air Force looks at generating combat power away from runways, those distributed logistics aircraft must be runway independent. This new transformative capability is a promising opportunity to conduct that mission in an affordable and a scalable manner. So let's get tactical for a moment. Let me talk about our contingency response group. These are the airmen that reopen airfields after a disaster. So can you imagine what these teams could do with the ability to self-deploy and no longer relying on the logistics transportation network? Can you imagine a host of vehicles that any airman can operate to do airfield assessments, security patrols and surveillance, tactical airborne C2, and just so much more? The Department of the Air Force will evaluate these platforms, potential for commercial off-the-shelf solutions for entry into initial operational capability by 2023. Agility Prime will be a game changer for the warfighter. As Dr. Roper likes to say, a radical future is not too far-fetched, nor too far away, especially if the Air Force helps precipitate it. I look forward to what the future brings. So let's get after it. And thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. Thank you.
General Miller, let me just say thank you so much for being willing to be part of this business not as usual event. Obviously, it's not business as usual because of COVID-19, and it's not business as usual for the Air Force engaging in a commercial tech trend. And I'll tell you, not every operator would look as enthusiastically as you have been towards the acquisition system, bringing an opportunity where there wasn't even a requirement. But it has been so much fun working with you and your folks to think about what the future can be. And I think this represents the first of what are going to be many partnerships where, in addition to meeting your requirements, we bring you opportunities that are not just going to be game-changing, but that are also fun. So thank you again for your willingness to participate today and for all you do at Air Mobility Command.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Well, getting to introduce General Miller was certainly one distinct privilege that I get in the Agility Prime kickoff, but now I get a second, and that's to introduce my boss, the Secretary of the Air Force, who's laughing right now at me calling it a distinct privilege, but I could not have a greater partnership or friend in innovation than Secretary Barbara Barrett. She joins the United States Air Force and now the United States Space Force as our secretary with a background that is perfect for our portfolio. As a pilot, as someone who has trained as an astronaut, she knows air and space, but she's also served on many corporate boards. She's served in government at the FAA, so she understands government as well as the broader corporate ecosystem. So what a valuable secretary to have at the helm at the time. We want to bring all of those views together to shape this emerging market in a way that's going to help our Air Force and our nation be great in future. She is supportive of all innovation that I put on her plate. She is open for big ideas that may raise eyebrows. It is a privilege to serve with her on this leadership team. And with no further ado, let me hand over my mic, quite literally, to Secretary Barbara Barrett.
Ready. The U.S. Air Force has an expression: we do the impossible every day. We strive to be on the forefront of technological innovation that enables us to fly, fight, and win in air, space, and beyond. Innovation is only limited by our imaginations. Furthermore, innovation requires our collective efforts and ingenuity. And that's why we gather, albeit virtually, today for Agility Prime. When the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776, it took up to 8 weeks to sail across the Atlantic. Navigation was aided by, at the time, new technology, the sextant, and relied upon the stars. Few then might have imagined that 2 centuries later, visionaries would build a satellite navigation system, today's GPS. U.S. Air Force Colonel Brad Parkinson of the GPS team once remarked, "One of the most important things we had when the project started was a vision of world impact." Agility Prime is a program with a vision of world impact. As Dr. Roper rightly says, this program will help usher the not yet into the now. The thought of an electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicle, a flying car, might seem straight out of a Hollywood movie. But by partnering today with stakeholders across industries and agencies, we can set up the United States for this aerospace phenomenon. Potential outcomes are rewarding and transformative with both military and commercial applications, as Secretary Child just noted. The transportation drives commerce is a phenomenon that has been the case throughout history, from camel caravans and shipping routes to railroads, highways, and aircraft. Consider humanitarian responses to natural disasters and wars. Often ports, roads, and airports are destroyed. Unencumbered, flying vehicles can rush essential personnel and supplies directly to the point of need. The Air Force is working today to address the imperative to maintain logistics while under attack. Our adversaries have developed anti-access and area denial capabilities that place our fielded forces at new and increasing risk. Agility Prime will drive innovation to move people and supplies around a battlefield and quickly rise to respond to challenges as they emerge. This capability can protect and save lives of our soldiers, sailors, airmen and Marines, and our space professionals. Agility Prime will change the game on future battlefields and supply chains. To accomplish this vision, the Air Force is partnering with vital stakeholders and leveraging industrial partnerships. We want to reinforce our commitment to achieving what might otherwise be unattainable. The first general of the United States Air Force, Hap Arnold, once remarked that an Air Force is always verging on obsolescence. To keep the Air Force on the cutting edge, we have pitch days where small companies receive on-the-spot funding of projects that address Air Force needs. We have the Digital Century Series Fighter Challenge, where we ask industry to develop faster, smaller fleets of aircraft. We have commercial launch partnerships, including upcoming the first launch of astronauts from U.S. soil since the retirement of the Space Shuttle in 2011. Today, we gather for Agility Prime to drive transportation innovation, lower barriers to entry, and expand our partnerships. America's Air Force is on the move. Today, the sky is not the limit. It is just the beginning. As Colonel Parkinson directed, we have a vision of world impact. Agility Prime will help the U.S. Air Force maintain modern, ready forces that are second to none. I look forward to what we will accomplish together.
Fantastic. Wow. What a lineup. You've heard from Secretary Chow, our Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Barrett, Secretary of the Air Force, General Miller, our Executive for Mobility in the United States Air Force, and Dr. Roper, head of our acquisitions. Do you have any question at all about the commitment of our federal government to ensure that we are leading at the edge of the future of mobility? Thank you all for your time and for the support into this effort. And now I want to turn to the audience and the help that we are hoping to get over this week. What we are going to present, I'm sure, is not exactly right. If we all emerge from this in the next few days thinking the way that we're thinking today, then I would say that we've failed. And so to facilitate that conversation, to facilitate that learning and that interaction for this amazingly diverse audience that has never come together, certainly in this forum, I'm going to hand it back to Brandon to talk about how we're not just planning to innovate in the new approach to aeronautics, but we're going to start innovation today and how we're interacting literally across the world. So Brandon, over to you.
Thanks, Nate. You know, when you look at this week of the Agility Prime launch and this virtual summit, you definitely think about innovation, but you also think about it as an experiment. Now, my grandpa was in the Army Air Corps in World War II and flew one of the last missions over Japan. And after he retired, he joined 3M and was on the team that invented the Post-it note. And so ever since I was a little kid, I had innovation literally drummed into everything I do. Like we would pick something up and my grandpa would say, "How are you going to innovate on that, Brandon?" And so it's been awesome partnering with you, Nate, and the team to figure out how can we innovate this week when we've got 20 hours of programming and 10 hours of networking time. How can we engage the thousands of people that are literally watching us right now and not just have it be another sit back and multitask virtual event? And so that's really what we're here to do this week. And in order to get the most out of it, you've already seen how we've done some polls. I want to reiterate a couple other things though. We all know we're at home. In fact, I'm in my bedroom at home. My 3 kids are downstairs on Zoom calls for their class right now. So we're all impacted by COVID. And so think about what you can do from home to try to help out this week in all the different ways we're going to engage people. At 1 o'clock Eastern today, we're going to start our first networking session. We'll be giving those instructions coming up. It's going to be a completely different way, and we're going to be aggressive in our innovation. We're going to take it relatively easy today in our innovation way, but tomorrow we're going to up the game a little bit. We're going to let everybody take part. So register, start to take part in the networking. It's going to be a lot of fun. Another thing to call out that's really going to be different this week is on Wednesday morning, we're going to try to break a world record. Now, it sounds a little bit silly to say, hey, we're going to break a world record as part of Agility Prime and flying cars. But because we've got so many people interested in this, we're going to invite them all to work on a challenge and try to break the world record for largest number of simultaneous breakout groups at one time online. I can't wait to see what's going to happen there. Don't forget that Slack, there's a registration in your email invite as well as coming up in chat right now. So you can always take part in the Slack community, and the Slack community will continue on for the next days, weeks, months, maybe even years. So if you want to stay real involved in the community, we've set up Slack as a community. Last thoughts before we turn it over to Nate and the whole Agility Prime to take us through the next hour with some fantastic elements is please participate. You could stay anonymous on the voting and the comments and the questions. Obviously in Slack, you have to attribute your name, but whichever way is comfortable with you, please take part and engage with us. And when we give you the opportunity to do the breakouts like this afternoon and Wednesday morning, please take that opportunity. We'd really like to engage with the audience. That's the entire purpose of innovation around this week. And before we go over to Nate and your team, we're going to put up one more poll. How familiar how familiar are you with this technology? And we've got a multiple choice things here. I've flown one before. I've seen them on TV. Someone told me about it. I can't even spell what it means. So go ahead, hit up the multiple choice. Remember, you can text in your answer, or you can go online and put your answer directly in polev.com/agilityprime. It's going to be a fun week. Nate, over to your team to take us through the next, real detail about what we have coming up and what's going on, especially starting off with the audience. So Nate, take it away.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the most exciting parts about this week. And if there is a gift of COVID, that's a gift. We have over 3,300 people registered for this event. We've got a mix coming across from the investment community. We have clearly the technologists that are out there developing this. We have government. So we've got internal to the Air Force, clearly the Air Force program as we're pushing this out. You'll see later on today, this goes across all of the forces with a level of interest. And we also have other parts of government, some amazing teammates that have been working on this for some time. And so as we look at that group, I want to talk a little bit, and it's been discussed a bit, but we're going to get into more detail of why are we here today? What is it that we're trying to do? And from the Air Force perspective, we see this one as part of a larger strategy. How do we maximize the benefits of mobility to the world? The Department of Defense has a fantastic history of doing this. DARPA years ago invented the internet that is allowing us all to be connected here. We heard Secretary Barrett talk about GPS, right? One of the most amazing global networks that exist. The taxpayer gives the Department of Defense a few $1 billion a year, and from a few billion dollars, that turns into 100-fold benefit, not just for the Department of Defense, not just for the United States of America, but for the entire world. We think there is an opportunity to bring this technology in the same way for fantastic public good globally. The second part is our process. Dr. Roper talked in detail about how we've done things in the past in the Department of Defense and how we look to do things maybe differently into the future. How do we pair with investors and help burn down some of their risk? How do we work with companies differently, reach out to them differently? How do we do testing differently, contracting differently? How do we go and make sure that we've got a vehicle that's certified and ready to be given to any operator to operate in very difficult environments? And how do we find new ways of doing that potentially with this program? And then the last product, right? This is the exciting part. Can we get new flying things to operate at a lower cost, a reduced burden to the taxpayer with an amazing agility? And we'll talk in more detail why we think this is really different. But before we get into that, we have to remember this week, the Air Force has not been the first to this game. We would not be here today without the amazing innovators that have driven this technology, the innovators who have looked at the potential benefits of this technology, the business benefits, and some of the broader benefits across a variety of different use cases. And so when Dr. Roper talked about us partnering, it's a very interesting partnership that many might not quite look or understand, but it's a partnership with a company like Uber. And so we've got Mark Moore here, who has for years started in the government, working under NASA, developing many ideas of this technology, and then started to look across over the last 4 to 6 years, in some cases even back to 10 years, of how this coalescence of new technologies is creating an exciting new world, and a world that Mark Moore, I think, will convince you can be here sooner than any of you expect. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present Mark Moore of Uber to talk through this technology and the exciting world that lies ahead. Mark?
Thank you so much, Nathan. I'm thrilled to discuss the big picture of distributed electric propulsion, electric eVTOL, and urban air mobility. And I'm going to share 2 Uber Elevate videos that show where we're headed. So if we can get those playing, it'll give you a little bit of the visual cues of what's coming up. This industry has grown so much faster than any of us imagined. I think this is because people are realizing the compelling convergence opportunity that Nate mentioned across technology, societal need, as well as unique business cases that connect those two together. The innovation core of this is big aviation propulsion technology change. That is what is driving this. And it's these fundamental technology shifts where opportunities are the greatest. So as you watch Uber's aerial ride-sharing vision, it's important to realize this convergence doesn't just open up urban air mobility business case. It opens up new capabilities across markets and missions in very, very broad ways. So over the past 10 years, I've given many talks about how distributed electric propulsion provides the scale-independent integration across aircraft to distribute propulsion and control and eliminate the single-point failures that have hampered and kept VTOL aircraft a dream for the general public. It is the scale independence that lets us have great power to weight, great efficiency at any scale. And it's really interesting to note and extrapolate this, that in a similar fashion, eVTOL enables transportation to distribute and for aviation to democratize and help overcome the single point dependencies that exist in ground transportation systems. And again, this is a shift from ground pathway-based approaches to scale-independent node-based approaches. The big picture here is this shift from additive ground pathway networks to multiplicative air node. So as society goes through rapid changes, just as we're going through right now, instead of ground transportation systems taking decades to catch up to society's needs, node-based infrastructure like eVTOL transportation can adapt in months. It's this transportation network agility and adaptability that's so important and why this event is named so appropriately. Likely congestion is going to quickly return to cities as we work through COVID and showcase the need for Elevate to rise above the congestion and keep large cities at peak productivity. But if urbanization trends were to suddenly shift to greater distribution instead of centralization, the same eVTOL technologies and vehicles can provide regional and rural reach in ways that other systems such as highways and trains could never adapt as quickly. These are really exciting times, and the most amazing thing is that we're only a few years into this. And it's going to be really, really amazing to go through this week and see how we can all work together. And it is, I started my career at NASA working to bring us all together, industry, academia, government, all together to achieve great things. And I'm just so proud how Uber has taken the same vision of establishing a collaborative ecosystem so that we can do this together. Thank you so much, Nathan.
Super. Mark, thanks so much. If you have a minute, a couple of follow-on questions to that, and thanks for the Uber team that's provided fantastic video, provided a vision for what this future might be. Can you tell us just a little bit, what do you think the Department of Defense, this Air Force Agility Prime effort, can do to help bring this future than everyone might think today?
So I've always felt that government and the Department of Defense, NASA, have a vital role to reduce risk, right? I know Secretary Roper said, "Hey, we in the commercial world are really moving quickly," and that's especially true in the Silicon Valley. But honestly, this is bigger than any one company. This is tens of billions of dollars of investment that's required. As you look across our 8 partners, just to develop one experimental aircraft is $100 to $150 million. To certify that aircraft is $700 million to $1 billion. These are really, really high stakes. And for both the Department of Defense and NASA to be helping to reduce risk, to show the breadth of missions that these technologies can apply to is fantastic, because it really helps the investment community to understand and to stick with this, even during trying days such as we're going through right now, where it looks like there's fewer investment opportunities. But again, in the longer term, as we keep this big vision, the DoD has a vital role to play.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Mark. One last question before we let you go and look back at our survey results here. What are the things we need to do to build awareness, to get people to begin to understand where this technology is and understand the potential of this technology?
Yeah, there's at Uber, we have identified that there's many different audiences to speak to, right? We're a large team at Elevate currently, and even with our own team, it's really important to lock in a common vision, common requirements and interfaces. Likewise with our partners, it's critical to convey this information to get everyone working like an orchestra, right? Where we're all playing the same tune. But it's not just about us. It's not just about government researchers and great private companies. It's about bringing the public along. And that's why I really applaud the way that you're doing this, because it's critical that the public understands where we're headed and can buy into this vision and be excited about it. So I would just encourage everyone to realize that we have many different audiences to communicate with. The community engagement is one that we're just starting with, and we all need to help educate and avoid any beliefs, for instance, that this is just an extrapolation from helicopters. It's not. These vehicles are so much better, so much more capable, so much quieter, so much safer, so much more efficient. And we need to bring everyone along on this exciting journey.
Fantastic. Mark, thanks for the time. For those of you joining us, you should be aware, Mark, this was just a teaser. Mark has got a fantastic presentation Tuesday evening. So dial back in to really understand this vision, get the depth, and I'll look forward to seeing you again, Mark. Thanks for your time today. And Brendan, let's switch over to you now and the results from our poll and the where we stand today in terms of awareness.
Yeah, I think it's pretty telling. If we could put up the graphic results, the percentages are still moving around. We've got about 2,000 people weighing in on this, is what our team is telling us here. The top two of how familiar are you with this technology, at 39% is I have seen flying cars on TV. And closely behind that, at 29%, is I design and build these aircraft. The other three are pretty far behind. I've flown these aircraft. Someone told me about orbs, and I cannot spell eVTOL, and I definitely can't pronounce it, following behind. So pretty interesting audience. Huge percentage of the audience that design and build these, and huge that are just interested in it. So kind of fun. Before, Nate, you take us in and Scott joins us, I would like to do our last poll for this morning or this afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are. And this one is, we want you to vote again. And what are your thoughts about this technology? What are your thoughts about this technology? Are you a zealot, skeptic, ambivalent, or just a cautious observer? So on your screen, you can vote by text. It's in the chat. It's all over the place. Please select your vote so we get a sense. And Nate, back over to you. Scott, welcome on board here. And let's take it to the next level.
Super. So next, I would like to introduce my wingman in this project. As Dr. Roper alluded to, there is a acquisition community that is very deeply involved in this. We'll introduce a couple of other partners through the Air Force Research Laboratory, looking at the latest and greatest technologies to feed in. We'll look over also to the program manager for this project, making sure that we are actually following cost, schedule, and performance. But talking here to Scott as the representative of the user community, Scott, I'll hand it over to you. Thanks for your partnership on this. Thanks to you and the AFWIC leadership. who is helping us really understand where does this fit the United States Air Force.
Thank you, Nate, for that introduction. And I am proud to be part of this team and very proud to be your wingman. I think we've been on this journey together for about 7 months. I think the number of hours that we have spent together to usher in this new age of innovation and revolution in aerospace is probably amounted to about 3 years in that 7 months. But it's been an amazing journey with you. And I'm excited to be here to roll out, this very agile program in a very agile way. You mentioned the word AFWIC, so Air Force Warfighting Integration Capability. And this is something that our leaders in the Air Force put together to really help us get after the future that we need in the Air Force and that aligns to the future that we need for national security. So I get the honor and the privilege to think about design of the future and design of the force and to work with amazing people like yourself and to dive deep into an amazing part of what I call Americana, which I think you are going to talk about a little bit here, but to see engineers roll up their sleeves and doing things that represents what I call the best of America, represents that fabric of aviation, meeting engineer, meeting the user, right? Meeting people like me and the people that I represent. So again, I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor to be part of the team, and I'm going to hand it back over to you to take us through this transportation journey that you're going to speak about.
Thanks, Scott. One of the things that is notable about this audience is the diversity here. Right? We have over 350 cadets from the Reserve Officer Training Corps, from the Civil Air Patrol. Dr. Roper has been very adamant about we need to get this in the hands of the young people to think about how to use this technology. We also have, as you saw, people who are the experts in this industry, PhDs from the greatest universities in the world, understanding new things about aerodynamics, new things about how to incorporate electrical propulsion systems into aircraft. And so across that diversity of an audience, what we want to do is spend the next few minutes, for those people who have never heard of this technology, to describe a little bit why we think it's different, following on to Mark's introductory comments. For those who are well versed in this, we hope that you help us find new ways of communicating, being clearer in what we are communicating, and that together over this week, we understand and can really start to communicate to others where there's risk, where there's opportunity, and move forward together. And so when we see this Agility Prime, certainly we're excited about the new vehicles. But as Dr. Roper said, we really are looking at this as a revolution in transportation, a transformation in national defense, the creation of an entirely new industry, and an entirely way of looking at bureaucracy. How can we as a federal government work together to leverage the limited resources that we're getting from the taxpayer and leverage those resources in a way that opens up innovation to return that benefit back to the taxpayer? And so before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about this idea of a revolution in transportation and why this is different. As Mark referred to, there's a whole new way of propulsion. And as we look back into history, I would be remiss if I didn't give a little bit of thanks to the French who taught me how to do flight tests, attending their test pilot school. And a lot of people think about the brothers that started aviation. And we'll refer briefly to a different set of brothers that some people may not know, Les Frères Montgolfier, who started first hot air flight with a balloon in France. Now, it took several years before that hot air was transitioned into an internal combustion engine when the Wright brothers launched in Kitty Hawk in 1903. That we think of as the first revolution in aerospace. The second then comes to the jet age, and you see those two fantastic vehicles there, 747 and the F-16, that we brought in this jet age in the middle of the last century. And we see the benefits that this revolution in transportation created, connecting the world, connecting people in ways that we would have never imagined. As we look at transportation too, we've also seen the important role that government has played, the Eisenhower Interstate System, that was critical to connecting the United States of America to doing logistics. And as everyone knows, Eisenhower was aware of the importance of logistics. And so the question is, as we look to some who think about this next stage in aerospace, this third revolution, what might we do to get beyond the hot air that lifted the early balloons, that propelled the Wright brothers, and that brought us into the jet age? And what are the benefits that might come from that approach of propulsion? And as we think about this project and those technologies, one of the key attributes that we look to is this idea of distributed electric propulsion. When you build an airplane, oftentimes you start by looking at where is the motor and how am I going to build an airplane to get a propulsion system on there. This approach is different in that we can size motors of all various different places, put them in different locations, and create entirely new approaches to aircraft design. You see this as a DARPA project that looked at some of the early approaches to distributed electric propulsion. Another piece is this power source, the idea that somehow or another we are creating an electrical power to that distributed electric propulsion that allows us to think about propulsion and aircraft design so differently. And one of the challenges we've had, while we certainly are supportive of that future of urban air mobility, an electric VTOL, we have many partners who have talked about this idea of HVTOL, not just eVTOL, but HVTOL. It could be hydrogen VTOL. It could be hybrid VTOL, right? This is the difference between your Tesla and your Prius. And the fuel cells that make that happen potentially. How do we think about this electrical power generation differently? Another benefit we see in this technology is the potential for modularity. You see a project there in one of the performers you'll talk to this week, Ares, this idea of being able to quickly and easily change out different payloads to maximize the use of these vehicles to carry people differently, to carry hardware differently. And you'll see another one of our performers that is actually doing this today with flights by Elroy Air with this concept of modularity. Another future that Mark alluded to briefly is this idea, while the electric revolution and electric propulsion is different, we're also seeing this coalescence of technology that allows us to potentially fly manned, remote, or autonomous vehicles. And how do we start to leverage that to reduce cost and risk to the operator? Another piece that is interesting to us is this idea that in some cases we are seeing vehicles that look a little bit like helicopters, but they have this distributed electric propulsion. We have others that are on wings, right? The wing being a much more efficient way of flying through the air than having rotors that are spinning. And so this combination, and as you look here, it's been very critical as we start to think about the portfolio of vehicles. What are the different types of vehicles in this new era of aircraft design might we want to include? And you'll see over to the left this idea of larger vehicles, this urban air mobility concept of being able to fly maybe 3 up to 8 people on an efficient winged aircraft. That's kind of this first heat of the race. The second heat of this, we've looked to leverage some of the capabilities of other innovators in the space who have used part of the FAA's Part 103, right? This is the ability to, without certification, go and fly new and exciting things. This is something I leveraged growing up, flying that ultralight across the bottom. Our hope is to be able to take the innovation that's happened using that fantastic regulatory approach offered by the FAA and take the maturity that many of these different smaller vehicles have, carrying 1 to 2 people, and quickly generate data and operations so that we understand what it's like to charge, to recharge, to be able to use this distributed electric propulsion, and will it start to yield some of the benefits for operations costs? And then the other piece is looking at some of the unmanned cargo. And so you'll see in our heat 3 of the race, remember performers here, and you'll actually see the unveiling of a vehicle at the end of this week to look at, while the other services have done a fantastic job at looking at these group 1, 2, and 3 vehicles, right? The smaller unmanned aerial systems that are out there. We focus specifically on aircraft with a maximum gross takeoff weight of 1,320 pounds. This ability to carry larger logistics in a VTOL way and being able to take the benefits of the electric propulsion. And in some cases, you'll see that these are some of the companies that are using that hybrid electric propulsion. And so we see across this spectrum a huge value in bringing a variety of different technologies together. And you'll see as we go through the week, this is what shaped the portfolio. We expect the conversations this week to help us to continue to refine that portfolio where we can put investment from the taxpayer collaboratively with the investors that are interested in taking this to the commercial world. And to that point, on this idea of commercial off the shelf, as Dr. Roper said, we're not going to go write specific requirements for the Department of Defense. We're not going to go put DoD specific items on here. Our intent for this technology is to very quickly be able to do the mundane things that we do today in a lower cost with more agility. And this isn't the first time this has happened, right? You see the Jeep there started, and it has capabilities both in a commercial and a military role. You also see the venerable 707 that has been used by our Department of Defense for years for aerial refueling. But this idea of partnering with commercial in new ways on this cutting edge of technology is essential. And with that background on the technology, I want to hand it back over to Scott again to talk how we see bringing that technology together in a way that radically changes some of the ways we do business in the Department of Defense. So Scott, back over to you.
Thanks, Nate, and thanks for that great rundown, especially for some of those tech newbies out there that we heard are on the call, are joining us live on YouTube. So as we heard from of our senior leaders describe this, I like to brief that these are our objectives, right? So we really want to catalyze that market. We want to catalyze this growing aviation commercial industry. And by doing that, we see the great benefit of building a new industrial base in America that's focused on aviation innovation. And to do that, as you heard Dr. Roper and others talk about, we plan on fielding capability as soon as 2023 in some substantive way in the Air Force. And we really see this as getting back to our roots, right? And that leadership roots, and how we're going to lead there is alongside industry, alongside the engineers and academics, to really kind of stress test this new capability in a way that brings acceptance by the public, as well as delivers even better capability both for the Department of Defense, but ultimately for that commercial market. And we see this, at the broad strategic levels. We heard Dr. Roper talk about the importance of competition day to day and how we're going to think about our acquisitions processes differently. And we're going to do that by really diving deep into our processes. This market, this aviation market, looks to roll out new capabilities at a pace, potentially, that aviation has not seen since the early days of aviation. And that's going to require the government to really reshape how we do certification and how we think about bringing new capabilities both to the Department of Defense and into commercial aerospace. And really, we're going to be doing that through focusing, as Nate already talked about, on some products. So what products are we going to actually push through? What products are we going to be that pathfinder with? And that'll give us some hands-on experience with these platforms. As we look to the next slide, I think this picture just paints an image that we've already seen a little bit about all those different companies that are out there. And down the left side of that chart are just some words that help describe what we're talking about. We already heard this mentioned from the Air Mobility Commander about the need for runway independence. What we need in the Department of Defense aligns very, very closely with what the commercial market is doing here. And as Nate's going to talk about here in a second, we really see cost advantages in this area. And what's amazing is all these new firms that are really pushing innovation and aviation in a way that we haven't seen in years. And so, Nate, over to you for the next slide that's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. One of the benefits that we see is when we look at some of the traditional vertical takeoff and landing, if everything looked like Edwards Air Force Base and there were runways everywhere, we wouldn't be quite as interested in this concept of being able to take off and land vertically. What we believe, having listened to some of the partners like Uber and some of the developers, is that this ability to use electric vertical takeoff and landing might allow us to do this at a lower cost. We also think that this might allow us to think about a lot of different agility of replacing different cargo payloads to one day be able to do logistics, another day to be able to carry troops for movement, and another day to be able to do disaster response or medical evacuation. We also see a very interesting piece as we go from the simplicity that is the electric motor up in the top. There are some amazing, exquisite capabilities like the V-22 that you see there. And we are 100% convinced that those types of capabilities will continue to be part of our portfolio going forward. But those are difficult machines. It takes a lot to do the amazing work that the V-22 does. And so can we take this hybrid and electric combination, the sensors, the control, and the approach to electric vertical takeoff and landing of the small drones, and think very differently? If you look in the back of this chart, we're looking at the years to start a vehicle development to its early initial operations capability. And you see that blue line, it's taking us longer and longer to develop some of these exquisite capabilities. And so is there a way that we might look at a portfolio of capabilities that includes continually these exquisite capabilities for specific uses, but can we go and accelerate that if we look at some of the simpler vehicles like what we're seeing in the electric vertical takeoff and landing market, to accelerate those more in a commercial approach and be able to have a surge capacity should we need more of these vehicles in the same way that the automotive industry allows. So that's what's driven us, that portfolio of things, that value of this distributed electric propulsion, looking at these different power sources, hybrid or electric, the manned or unmanned, this ability to do vertical takeoff and landing, this modularity, this commercial off-the-shelf capability of what this concept of an orb is. And as with any good acronym, we've had multiple thoughts about this internal to the Department of Defense, but we think that this idea, beyond some of the interesting conversations around flying cars and electric vertical takeoff and landing, what we see is the ability to leverage this idea of no runway requirement, lower maintenance, sustainability, affordability, and most importantly, safety, by new approaches to autonomy and new approaches to propulsion. So with that, Scott, back over to you for a quick intro to the different capabilities we see in the different use cases that we see out there.
Sure, and I think some of this is really kind of repeating what we heard from our senior leadership, but as we see, and I've seen some questions coming in on the chat about, what are these use cases that the military sees? And, first off, we're looking at the potential use case for personnel recovery. Currently we put our assets in one location and we base them there. And then from there, they do operations maybe to recover somebody that's isolated. But we might think about it differently, especially if these things are everywhere. There's thousands of them. We might be able to distribute assets to provide what my Marine Corps friends will call lateral support. That really rethinks our ability to say, get to that isolated person quickly. We may not need them to be as fast potentially, as long as they're closer to the point of need. And that kind of touches on, again, to what our Air Mobility Commander, General Miller, was talking about thinking about logistics in a different way wholly, and distributed logistics or lateral support from small team to small team, maybe moving things from ship to shore, as well as thinking about the potential for things like patrolling an area or delivering personnel from a smaller unit to even a smaller unit. And then finally, which I think is kind of near and dear to many people's hearts right now, is defense support to civil authorities. So that might be search and rescue. It might just be runway independent mobility, the movement of small numbers or large numbers of patients to the point of need. And then finally, as you're going to hear later in the week, thinking about our Civil Air Patrol. If you don't know much about the Civil Air Patrol, they are the largest unmanned aerial system operator in the nation. And I'd encourage you, I believe the commander of the Civil Air Patrol will be speaking on Friday. And they're a way in which we actually reach out and touch a lot of kids who are interested in aviation, high schoolers, in addition to their important day-to-day mission. This is really a way to energize that next generation of STEM talent that will be needed for this commercial industry to kick off in a compelling way. So with that, Nate, I think we're over to you to provide some closing comments here.
Absolutely. Before I do that, like I said, we have some key organizations that are involved and some key people. You'll see our program manager, Natasha, the PEO Mobility and Training Aircraft. She's going to talk a little bit to the importance of having a program executive officer that's shepherding this through what is a very complicated process to take capability to the field. She's finding some amazingly innovative ways of doing that. And then following her, Frank Delsing from the Air Force Research Laboratory, taking the newest technologies out there, finding how to test those technologies, and then finding out how to make sure that we have them through a certification process to make sure that their airworthiness ensures safety to our operators and to a broader commercial world eventually, in a close partnership that we have in following with the FAA. So Natasha and Frank, I'll hand it over to you for some of the final comments here. Natasha is based at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at the Mobility Directorate, where tomorrow you'll get to hear from the Program Executive Officer, Miss Linda Rutledge, who is leading this effort from the PEO Mobility. Natasha?
Hello, everyone. My name is Natasha Tolentino. Brandon, if you could disable my video or enable my video, I apologize.
We will work on that in the background to get your video up for sure. Natasha, your video is not on. Please turn it on and we'll enable it. And then carry forward though while we're getting you set up.
Okay.
Like we said, you're innovating on the fly.
No, absolutely. So while they're working on enabling my video by the host, my name is Natasha Tolentino. Thank you so much, Colonel Diller, and the rest of the team for everything you're doing to support this event. I am extremely excited to have the opportunity to be the program manager. So what that means is I provide a little bit more structure to all of these wonderful ideas. So as you heard from a lot of our senior leaders, we have this wonderful strategic vision on how we're going to bring eVTOL to reality or to fruition. And that's what we are doing under the Program Executive Officer, Miss Linda Rutledge, who you will hear from tomorrow. And what's great about this is the fact that we are in charge of managing the cost, schedule, and performance. And with the opportunity that I've gotten as the program manager, I've seen things that I've never had the opportunity to see in my 12-year career in the Air Force. For example, we just went through our budget drill where we were creating our costs and our budget for this. Because of the fact that we don't have leveraging normal major commands, we are innovating the way we're looking at our finances. A traditional program would cost a lot more than this and would take a lot longer amount of time, which leads me to schedule. The first part of this is the fact that we want to get to a program of record or a fielding decision by 2023. So if you think about where we are now in 2020 in comparison to where we could be in 2023, that is a 3-year time frame to acquire this technology and bring it to the field, as Colonel Diller had brought up when we were talking about commercial off the shelf. Then from there, we're going to be leveraging our performance requirements at some point when we decide what our military mission sets will be. Tomorrow, you'll find out how we're going to be doing that when we talk about our innovative contracting strategy. Last month, we released our initial capabilities offering with our first area of interest. Tomorrow, we'll have some good news that Ms. Rutledge will be able to provide for the world. But what you'll find with that is the fact that we're able to create an environment where we're being innovative with what we define as a prototype. We're being innovative for what we think about when we think of a traditional program and acquisition and contracting. And with that, it's because of the fact that we want to buy down that risk, that technical risk where we're able to leverage our test ranges and our resources that we have internal to the DoD, as Dr. Roper described. Also, we reduce our regulatory risk with airworthiness, which Frank will talk about. And then finally, as I talked to before, financial risk, not only to DoD, but also to our commercial industry, because of the fact that we will become the launch customer or the early adopters of this new eVTOL technology. With that, I can pass it back to Colonel Diller and Frank. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Frank, over to you and the fantastic team that we have there at AFRL helping to bring innovation forward.
You bet. Thanks, Nate. Just, I'm sure some people are probably wondering what AFRL even has to do with this as the primary research arm of the Air Force. You can see it in our name there and our logo that we see ourselves, our role is to lead, discover, develop, and deliver technologies for air, space, and cyberspace forces. So we do that by pushing the boundaries and creating a new tomorrow through unparalleled research. And so obviously you can see how that applies to this program. Specifically early on, we're looking to provide some technology, airworthiness, and test or experimentation support to our partners in this effort. Just thought I'd throw up a few of the programs in the lab so you can get an idea of the pedigree that we have. On the top right, you can see the Arnold Engineering Development Complex. That's where all our high-tech wind tunnels and test rigs are. We have access to really the DoD complex, but that specific example, we've just recently set a record for thrust on a hypersonic air-breathing engine. Obviously, that's not necessarily what we're looking for in this program, but the idea is to give you an idea of the level of technology and access that we have in the lab. If you look at the next one down, going clockwise, the XQ-58 Valkyrie. It's our first X-plane from AFRL to fly in a few years since the X-56 back in 2012. We were able to get that from concept of, back in the napkin, boy, this would be a nice thing to have, to first flight within 30 months, which is pretty impressive for a DoD type program. And what we were able to do there is show that we could do an unmanned, low cost, attritable strike demonstrator. So something that is more of the Group 5 larger UAS up in the air. And we were able to fly that out on the Yuma range. So what does that mean for Agility Prime? Well, we have expertise in getting airworthiness through quickly, for doing unmanned tasks, coordinating on the ranges, providing industry collaboration. That was a partnership between AFRL and Kratos. Keep moving next, we've got multi-domain command and control. So we're not just about vehicles, we're not just about physical systems, but we're working in different information and cyber domains as well. So in that example, we were able to system model actors, actions, and activities representative as workflows. So we're talking about the ability to do modeling for UTM type systems or some of the support systems that would be needed for a system like we're talking about here. It's got to have cyber protection. It's got to have data integration. We've got that capability. Moving on, you've got the SkyVision van there. So if you're not familiar there, what we've been able to do is integrate UAS ops into an ATC environment. So that van plugs into the ATC environment of our Springfield operations area, about an hour here from Wright Pat. And what that's doing is kind of setting a vision on ways that we can provide unmanned traffic controls, that UTC question that has popped up. We had that COA issued in 1st of May of 19, and we've been operating beyond line of sight with unmanned air systems coordinated with local ATC. So we have that kind of pedigree as well. Moving up, you've got digital engineering. Obviously, digital engineering is a pretty popular topic today. We are fully engaged in the lab in that revolutionary step towards getting digital twins. To the point where you'll be able to make changes and have those propagate through the system. So we've got expertise in the lab in digital engineering and modeling, simulation. We can provide that support. And finally, I said one of the most important for last, at least in my mind, as a retired pilot. And Nate, I'm sure you can relate. The auto GCAS system, auto ground collision and avoidance system. We've got that on the F-16 fleet right now. It's just about to make its debut on the F-35 fleet. As of January of this year, 2020, we got our last official save. So we have now confirmed 9 aircraft have been saved from what would have otherwise been a ground collision, and 10 pilots. One of them, that was an amazing bit of engineering, but also amazing to get that out into the operational fleet. Took a lot of coordination on the airworthiness side, coordination with the war fighters, had to be a system that would save lives, but also not be a nuisance. Turn it off when they're not using it. So and that was a partnership with Lockheed, obviously, in getting that system on board the F-16 and the F-35. So We have a long history of partnering with industry to develop the revolutionary leading edge technology, and we're excited to get moving on this and to help our partners get through that. Thanks.
Frank, thank you so much. And also thanks to AFRL. Pleasure to work with. Great presentation. Thank you for that overview, and all the people watching definitely appreciate it. So thank you so much. Nate's going to share about what's to come this week, which is, and review today, because it's pretty awesome what we have coming up this week. But before we do that, let's turn over to the polls. And 53% of you are self-declared zealots. Actually, it just dropped down to 52%, while cautious observer climbed up to 30%. So zealots and cautious observers is the majority of our audience. Pretty fascinating. Thank you so much for all the polling and chat activity. We have hundreds of new members in Slack and thousands of new viewers and visitors and voters. So thank you so much for all that work. We, over the last couple of weeks, have been working hard on trying to define what an orb is. We've got an amazing studio that just does graphics and videos and tries to take a difficult concept or a wicked problem and summarize it in a video so that the world can better understand what an orb is and what this whole flying car community is trying to create. And we're very excited to debut it to you right now. So over to the production team in Atlanta, can we cue that video? And then Nate will be back as soon as it's over to close out this morning's sessions. Thank you everyone for watching. Great to connect with you, interact with you. Lots more to come this week. Stay tuned for this video and Nate to wrap up this morning's session. Thanks so much. Welcome back. Nate, can you take us through the brief agenda for each of the week? And I'll add a little touch of how we're going to make it interactive if you cover the content.
Absolutely. So with all the people that are on here, what we want to make sure is you understand, you've seen online what that schedule looks like. We'd like to bring that schedule to life just a little bit and let you focus on those areas that are most important to you. So starting this afternoon in just a couple of hours, we're going to talk about the art of the possible. We're going to get amazing innovators that work with our operators to think about how we might start to think differently about using new technologies. And leading that is one of the most amazing and innovative operators, General Hino will be leading that. We'll also be taking other members from the warfighting integration capability. We're going to have the National Guard there, members of the Marine Corps. We've got the Navy showing up, the commander of the Naval Test Pilot School. We've got Special Operations Command talking to their different humanitarian missions. We've got the the Army Research Laboratory. We then go into next morning, and I apologize, Brendan, you talk a little bit for this afternoon through
interactive. Yeah. So the fun thing is we're breaking each of those speakers down so that you don't just have to watch the live stream on YouTube. We'll actually provide links for you to go and join Zoom rooms where you can interact with each of those speakers this afternoon in much smaller groups. So live interaction, take advantage of it this afternoon.
Fantastic. We'll continue then tomorrow morning, starting with the detailed approach from Linda Rutledge, who is our PEO for Mobility and Training Aircraft. She will talk about how we're bringing this to reality in a Program Executive Officer, how she's done that with some of our large mobility assets and how she'll continue doing it there. We'll also be joined by the commander of the Air Force Test Center, General Lozano, who is leading the enterprise that makes sure we safely and effectively bring to bear the most innovative capabilities, the most advanced technologies, and how they're leveraging those different capabilities across ranges, across our labs, across our wind tunnels, with a panel then by some of our testers, how this new vehicle approach might be tested differently.
And I love those pictures, and each of those speakers, we're gonna do lots of polling and interaction amongst the group tomorrow. So they really want your feedback as an audience, especially since more than half of you are directly involved in the industry. They definitely want your feedback.
Excellent. Then tomorrow afternoon, we had so many people participate in this and such an amazing group of speakers that it's our one session that goes for 3 hours. It'll be broken up by a variety of different speakers. We'll start with the Associate Administrator of Aeronautics, Bob Pierce, and Davis Hackenberg, who leads the Advanced Air Mobility Project for NASA. We'll also have Finch Fulton from the Department of Transportation joining us. And we will finally then have Dr. Michael Romanowski and Jay Merkel from the Federal Aviation Administration talking to the partnership moving forward. Gwen Leiter, as the CEO and founder of Go Fly Prize, will talk about the success that she has had, the amazing people around the world that are flying these vehicles already. We'll have Peter Shannon talking about the report from the National Academy and what this technology brings to the world. And then finally, the details of Mark Moore that you just got a taste of today.
And we're gonna have 3 live streams of your ability to interact with them. We actually recommend you do YouTube picture-in-picture tomorrow, so you can actually follow along with some of the behind-the-scenes back channel to learn even more as you watch these amazing presenters.
Super. Wednesday morning, we'll have the Honorable Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont kicking us off. He has one of the key innovators in this space, Beta Technologies, and has been very supportive of this technology, and will be kicking us off tomorrow, followed by Mike Brown, who is of the Defense Innovation Unit. That has been key in bringing commercial capabilities from Silicon Valley with locations in Austin and Boston, and introducing those innovators to DoD and DoD to those innovators. They have been essential in bringing in then, which you'll see here, the various different companies that we currently have on small business contracts, and who will be talking through these amazing flying machines and how their particular company plans on flying sooner than you think, and bringing this technology to fruition, looking at different approaches to using the technology and getting it to a variety of different communities for broader market space. Brendan, this is the one I know you're excited about. So you got to give some details on what we're going to do Wednesday morning, breaking world records.
Wednesday morning, every CEO is inviting a lot of their team. We'll see if Senator Leahy remembers me when we used to come hang out at my alma mater in Vermont. I highly doubt it, but you never know. So we're going to get as many people as possible. Tell all your friends. We're going to break a world record for the most virtual simultaneous breakouts ever. And what would be best if the flying car audience were to break that record? So super. Take it away for the afternoon, Nate.
Super. So Wednesday afternoon, right? It's not just the vehicles, but it's all the subsystems that make this go. So we'll start with Mike Hirschberg, the executive director of the Vertical Flight Society, key partner that has really propelled this industry right from the start. And he's going to explain to you why he loves the term flying car so much. Actually may explain why he doesn't like that term, and some good alternatives out there, and why this is so different. We also have our key partners talking about a variety of different propulsion approaches, about avionics that allow us to get to this urban air mobility sooner than anyone thinks. We're going to have also the CEO of CVS paired up with Ben Marcus of AirMap, so that we start to understand, what does this vision look like? How can we use the small vehicles that are flying right now, maybe for very innovative things like delivering in a crisis like we have today? And what does that look like into the future, so that we're not scared of having hundreds or maybe thousands of these overflying our cities in this future? Brandon, let's engage.
Engage. Design sprints. We talk a lot about agile and doing design sprints and design thinking. some groups have put this set of stuff online as they've moved to virtual work. We're going to do massive online design sprint to get as many people who want to be involved in driving this forward. This is full participation, not just a breakout group, but actually drawing and participating online with us. So look forward to that.
Excellent. On Thursday morning, then, going into the people who really drive this, right? The no Buck Rogers is certainly key. We have these amazing investors helping drive this industry, helping understand what is an appropriate investment. We have Jen Santos from the Department of Defense, who is going to talk to us about the importance of industrial policy in all of this, and how is it that we bring together the resources, not just of the taxpayer, but of investors, and how we expect to see fantastic return on that investment through close partnership. Brandon?
We're going to keep it a little simpler this morning, and similar to this afternoon, we're going to give smaller areas for each of these leaders to a deep dive into the particular topic. So for the enthusiasts or even just the casual learners about flying cars, you get to deep dive at a level usually not possible in a virtual summit with each of these leaders in their own rooms.
Outstanding. Thursday afternoon, you might call a doctor. We have PhDs from across the spectrum. I think 4 PhDs just from MIT talking about all of the key capabilities that make this go forward. But to kick it off, we have Jay Dreyer, who is the director of the Strategic Capabilities Office, formerly at NASA, to be able to talk to us about all of the key capabilities and help us understand a little bit what it might look like to be a pilot of the future. An important piece of this is ITAR. Those of you I know are interested in the imports, exports, and Brandon for the interaction on this one.
Yep, we're keeping it simple this one. Audience voting and participation online. None of the fancy stuff on this one, just online voting and interaction.
Fantastic. For Friday then, we have our online booths starting 2 hours early and going across the middle. At our standard time, we'll have the Civil Air Patrol, a variety of different community engagement opportunities, the opportunity for academics to participate, and the support that they need to get that going. And then last but not least, for Friday afternoon, we'll be joined by the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, as well as Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Dr. Roper again, and we are going to unveil an aircraft that has never been seen before by one of our partners. And with that, everyone, I thank you for your participation today. Looking forward to this afternoon. Brandon, close it out for us.
Yes, so right on the dot, Nate. I don't know how you did it. 2 hours straight. So coming up over this lunch segment, we have 2 hours. You could take a break and have lunch and go do whatever you want, come back at 3 p.m. Eastern, or you can engage with the over 2,000 visitors we've had over the last 2 hours. So we have partnered with 2 sibber companies, Collaboration AI and The Difference, and we're hosting these networking sessions starting at 1 o'clock Eastern time, which is right now. Today's sessions are open to everyone, and they'll give you the opportunity to connect with government officials, industry executives, and investors, all who have been curated for you by the Agility Prime team. The links are going up on the screen. They're going up in the chat. They're going up in Slack. They're going up in every possible digital channel to make sure you can get to the networking sessions completely open today. The ones later in the week are going to get much more targeted. So take advantage of this open networking, have fun, and see everybody back here in 2 hours, 3 o'clock Eastern, for the exciting afternoon that Nate just covered. Thanks, everyone. This conducts our live broadcast for this morning. See you in 2 hours or on the networking sessions. Nate and I are going to, of course, pop in and say hi as well. Thanks, everyone.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
Nice to be in orbit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying tuned over the networking time. We had 175 people stay on for almost the entire time making connections. If you guys did make any connections that are going to make a difference in the Agility Prime or flying car field, please email us or use the hashtag Agility Prime and mention it. We'd love to learn how these networking sessions are making a big impact on you, your work, your career. Please stay in contact with us. Speaking of networking, today is not the only day we're doing networking. Tomorrow, we're going to do engineered networking. Some of you have maybe never even heard of that, but we're using artificial intelligence to take all registered people and guarantee, not according to our lawyers, but we're going to guarantee that you're going to meet at least a few people that will make a big difference in that networking time. Wednesday, we're going to switch networking over to focus on diversity and inclusion. So sign up for that too. And Thursday, we're going to have government and student-focused networking. There will be open networking in most of those days as well, but those are the 3 focus areas coming up that we'd love you to participate in. Okay, almost time to turn our attention to the main stars of this afternoon. Very excited for what we have planned. In fact, we're trying something entirely new in the virtual space. It's one thing to watch on YouTube and vote occasionally and add comments and chat. We're going to change it up this afternoon. We've got 7 amazing speakers plus a general, and we're going to give you the opportunity to actually leave the YouTube stream. Not right now. We're going to leave it and join a private Zoom room with these undisputed experts in the field. We'll be giving you those instructions after the first few minutes here when we introduce all of them. Once opportunity to meet and talk with them in a small Zoom room coming up soon. Before that, we've got quite a kickoff for you though. Nate, welcome back. Anything new from the networking session before you officially kick off this afternoon session?
No, just some feedback of some very interesting conversations, some connections of people that had not necessarily been networked before. Had some of our Civil Air Patrol participants in there providing some great comments. So fantastic opportunity. Continue to take advantage of those as the week goes on. So I think that was fantastic. I think it's exciting to go into this next session. So where does this fit in the week? We had the introduction this morning. You heard Dr. Roper say we're not going to write requirements. And so what he did is he gave a big challenge to our operators to say, we're not going to let you go decide how you might want to do this and write a document about it for 5 years, go put it through a 5-year acquisition process. But instead, we're going to say, here's some things, here's new capabilities that are out in the field right now. What could you do with them? And so that does a couple of things. One, it gives a hard job to the group of folks that you're about to hear, but it also does market. You heard Mark Moore talk earlier from Uber about an urban air mobility market that we eventually hope to get to. There's some really hard things about that market. And so are there some things that we could do in the very near with these operators that create the market really today, and we're not waiting for that? And so what does that market look like? It looks like a market where we will go through later on this afternoon, but places where we might be able to use what is being promised by this new technology, from lower maintenance improve safety, reduce personnel demands, affordable quantity based on what might be mass production of these types of assets, improved acoustics and this distributed propulsion, more flexibility through this runway independence. And so our intent is to test some of this capability outside of the very urban air mobility environment and do it in a way that reduce risk so that we eventually can get to that environment. We'd like to be able to take advantage of some of the modularity that some of the early innovators in this space have looked at, this idea of having a serial bus or a satellite bus. And so this has led us to some of the discussions about how we create agility and flexibility, this idea of an orb that could act as a resupply bus for disaster response teams, an operational readiness bus for this improved aircraft availability, an open requirements bus for a variety of different missions that are out there. And you'll hear about those missions that logistics, sustainment, maneuver, looking at medical evacuation, firefighting, civil and military disaster relief, installation security, and humanitarian operations. And the people that do that work are here with us today, looking at the technologies that are there and looking to see how very quickly we might be able to bring those to a field in austere locations initially, test them out, see what the utility is, see what the cost is, and then quickly get them to a field, getting closer to that more complicated risk use in the urban environment. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to my wingman in this project, Scott McKeever, to introduce the fantastic lineup of operators that we have today.
Thank you, Nate. And it's great to be back with everybody. And for those that are just joining us, I think it was described well this morning. So if you didn't hear it, this is a different environment where we're all connecting virtually. And so there's a chance that one of my kids might run in here. So that's the reality. It may not always be as scripted or as perfect as we think. And that's, we want to encourage that. But with that, I really do want to kick off this afternoon. So we have an exciting lineup, as you already heard from others. We have folks from across the services. We have the Marines represented. We have a Marine that happens to be commanding a Navy squadron. We have folks in the academic space and the labs, as well as from the test community, of course, the Air Force represented as well. But to kick us off, I want to introduce my boss, General Clinton Hinote. And he's going to hopefully give us a challenge to each one of these groups so that we can come back with maybe some answers. And I'd ask for those that are out there to think about that. But first, let me introduce him. So Brigadier General Hinote is the director for the Air Force's Warfighter Integration Capability at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. In this position, he leads advanced efforts for design, integration, and capability development across the total force. AFIC identifies prioritized ways and means to guide resourcing priorities to ensure that the Air Force achieves its future design priorities. General Hinote is a graduate of the Air Force Academy, Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and the Air Force's preeminent School of Advanced Aerospace Studies. He's a pilot. He's flown F-16s, F-117s, T-38s, and T-30s, and he has served as a commander at all levels. And I think for those of us in the organization and across the Air Force, to many of us, he is a wise sage that is forming much of the intellectual underpinnings necessary to design the future of our Air Force. With that, I'm honored to give the floor to my boss, to General Hinote, to kick off this afternoon's session. Sir, over to you.
Hey, Scott. You may see my kids come in too. They're a little bit older, and it's very likely that they will not be calling me a wise sage going forward. So it is awesome to be with this group. Thank you for joining us. We are excited about the of Agility Prime going forward. So my name's Clint Hinote. Everybody calls me Q. That's my call sign. And the reason why I have that call sign is it's a takeoff on the James Bond character. So I love talking technology, and I'm very honored that my job in the Air Force right now is to lead the team that thinks about the future of our force. So I get to work with great people like Scott and Nate and Brendan. And we get to sit around and do all sorts of stuff to think about the future. So sometimes we play war games. Sometimes we do modeling and simulation. Sometimes we just write stories about what the future might be like. And in fact, one of the things I'm going to talk about a little bit later is a story that I have personally written about what the Agility Prime can do to help us as we go forward. So what I'm going to try to do for just a short time this afternoon, because I know everybody wants to go to the different rooms and interact, and we want you to go do that. But I want to just talk a little bit about what we might use this for. You know, I mean, we absolutely care about the health of industry. We want to reignite an aerospace sector that's so important to us. And you heard Dr. Roper talk about that before. We also want to win wars if we have to go fight them. We got to do all the things that we need to be able to do. And so I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about how we might use this technology going forward. So I'm going to do that. So as we do our war games, as we do our simulations, as we write our concepts, which are basically stories, one of the things that we have seen over and over and over is the usefulness of vertical takeoff and landing technologies. Now, I saw the chat rooms this morning. I was watching along with a bunch of you, and several people said, well, what about helicopters? And yes, we are going to keep flying helicopters. Helicopters are incredibly useful for the military. I'd say there are a couple of differences, right? Like helicopters are generally pretty expensive. They're generally pretty loud. I've flown helicopters. I wasn't qualified in them, but I've flown around in them. They're a little bit hard to fly. It takes specialized training to do that. We're looking for another a more widespread, widely applicable solution. We certainly would like a solution at a lower cost point for all the right reasons. And so when we think about the things that we might do with Agility Prime, some things come to the fore, right? So we have some folks that work a long way away from where they live right now. An example would be our missile operators up in our northern states. And we'd like to be able to get them to where they work in a fast and safe way. That's one example, and that's just a pure transportation use case. But then you start building off of that. So one of the things that we must be able to do, even while fighting, is being able to resupply our forces that are out in the field, being able to take parts to them if they need to fix something, being able to get things away from the front lines. And so we see a lot of use cases that have to do with the transport of small packages and or small, groups of people. And so logistics and sustainment becomes a use case that we're incredibly interested in. And this is especially true. You heard our secretary talk a little bit this morning about how our competitors have created environments that make it very difficult for us to operate in. So one of the things that we share, and we're actually actively working with the Marine Corps right now on things like, how do we get the logistics that we need? How do we deliver those small packages and small groups of people to the right spots in that combat zone? And certainly we see use cases for VTOL in that. Think about a disaster, right? If you have a hurricane or something that comes through, one of the first things that a disaster commander, one of the commander of the local force is going to want to do is to see what the damage is and what needs to be done and assess the situation. Not that long ago, the Bahamas was hit with a pretty bad hurricane. They needed to assess the situation. This would be the ideal type of technology to do that, especially if you could do more than one, if you had the ability to bring a bunch of them around and be able to do that assessment very quickly. And closely related to that is that we see that the idea of rescuing people, so either in peacetime or even in wartime, we see that this technology could be really good in doing the rescue mission. In fact, I wrote a story that had to do with reimagining my chief of staff's so those of you who don't know General Goldfein, he'll be on later on this week. He was shot down during Allied force. That was a engagement that we had in Eastern Europe, and his F-16 was shot out of the sky. He parachuted down. He was rescued shortly thereafter by a pretty large rescue operation that used helicopters to go get him out. In today's world, it would be very hard to get those helicopters in and out because of the defensive technologies that our potential adversaries have. So we reimagined his shoot down in today's world with today's technologies. And one of the technologies that played really well inside of that story was Agility Prime. And so if you get a chance, ask him about that at the end of the week and how we might use this technology to do something different in his story there. So one of our missions that we do a lot is called aeromedical evacuation. When somebody gets hurt, one of the most important things that we can do is get them back to medical care. So a lot of times we call the time frame the golden hour after they get hurt. If we can get them to that primary medical care within an hour, there's a very good chance we can save them. This type of technology seems like it's tailor-made for that. And we're excited about. We heard people talk about base defense. So we oftentimes have big bases with very large perimeters, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. This type of technology could help in the rapid reaction forces that we go out and check to see if somebody was trying to fight their way onto our base or to do something nefarious, maybe sneak on and things like that. This would certainly help. Closely related to that is the idea of special operations forces. So a quiet airplane that could insert special operations forces or go get them out would be very difficult for our potential enemies to see and to be able to detect and do something about. And so the idea of special operations forces really makes a lot of sense too. And you also heard this morning about this idea of being independent from runways. So unfortunately, when the enemy knows where you are in today's world, where everybody has precision weapons and they can hit what they're aiming at, you don't want everybody to know that you're on the runway because they could just shoot the runway. And so one of the things that we want to be able to do is be very unpredictable. And these type technologies make a lot of sense from that point of view. So that's just a few of the things that we see in this for the use cases going forward. You know, I wanted to talk just a second before we let you all go about what the Air Force brings to this. And I come at it from the point of view of a pilot and an officer. And here are just some thoughts. You know, as I was coming up, I was inculcated in a safety culture. I'm proud of the Air Force. You know, there was a time in our history where we measured life expectancy of a pilot in weeks. And of course, now it's rare to have an aircraft accident. I commanded a base in Korea, and for the entire year, we didn't have any Class A or Class B accidents. Those are the serious accidents that we all try to avoid. And that was all due to the team and to our safety culture. And, you know, interestingly, we promote one of the things that helps an officer get promoted is to be in that safety culture and mindsets. As an example, I'm a certified accident board president. And if needed, I could go lead a board that would investigate a mishap. And so that's just an example of the culture that we bring to this type of effort. You heard Dr. Roper and others talk about certification. I totally agree with that. There's no better place in the world to think through all of the different issues. You know, using the Air Force and our other joint partners as your partners going forward. I also think that there's this idea of training, and that we have deep experience in trying to determine how much training it takes to be able to operate an aircraft effectively. And we see a time, and we're experimenting now within the force, we see a time when automation technologies make the requirements on the pilot much less. And we see flying as being accessible to a much wider range of people. And so I think that that's an important thing to know too going forward. So we're really excited about this idea of partnerships, about recreating the aerospace nation partnerships that helped make the United States the leader in space for so many years. You know, one of our founders, one of the people that we think of as the initial energy sources behind an independent Air Force was a guy named Billy Mitchell. And he used to talk about how important it was that you didn't think about air power as just military, that it was all of it put together. It was the commercial airlines, it was the civilian sector, it was the universities doing the research, it was Mavericks out there, thrill seekers, all of these things coming together to make an aerospace nation. And that was the source of strength, not that different from the maritime nations that established the world empires in previous centuries. And so we want to see that happen again. I totally agree with Dr. Roper that we missed the drone revolution. It really bothers me. In fact, I think we saw it, and I just think we couldn't get the bureaucracy out of the way. And that's why we're so excited about having someone in our leadership like Dr. Roper who can help us tell these stories and be able to change the rules so that we can do what we're doing today. And I think it's going to be an exceptional partnership going forward. We're going to do our best to keep talking about the use cases in the military, to be able to take what we're seeing in the commercial sector and see how that translates into the value for that we need to be able to defend the American people. So I'm going to leave with a challenge for you as you get ready to go off into your groups. Here's what we would really like to know. In your opinion, what is the most difficult challenge that's facing industry regarding Agility Prime? And then very closely related to that, how can we in the government and in the military do things to help that? So I'm not going to give you any ideas. I have ideas on this, but we want to hear from you. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Scott and the team. But thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you just a little bit about this exciting technology and how we intend to use it. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate the comments. I'm inspired every chance I get actually to hear you speak. It's great. I think I pulled away some key themes there. Just hearing it again helped us all imagine what that future looks like, especially down to military use cases. And I really appreciate you talking about our safety culture and really pulling the thread on the airman certification. And I think we've got our challenge. So, Brandon, I think we got the challenge. Let's take it away.
Yeah, General Hinote, thanks for that challenge. So our team in the background here and coming up on the screen here shortly is taking that challenge. What is the single biggest challenge facing this industry, and what can the government or military do to overcome that challenge? That is a live question. You can see on your screen, actually any device that you're watching this on, whether it's directly through YouTube, in the YouTube chat, in the Slack channel, on the website, you can see it all. Answer it. See what you can come up with. We're over 5,000 viewers for the day now. So let's see how many answers we can get for the general challenge. And we'll bring those up as we continue further on. Scott, any last notes for Dr. Hinote? Otherwise, we can start with our 7 amazing speakers and the crazy plan we have for them this afternoon.
Brandon, sounds good to me. Let's get started.
Okay, so this is perhaps a little crazy, perhaps a little foolish. But like I said at the beginning, we want to engage all the viewers to have real communications with each of these individuals. So what we're going to start after we hear pitches from each of the presenters are what we call chat rooms. There's 3 possible rooms. You as the audience get to see 2 for 20 minutes each. That means each of these presenters, speakers, experts in the industry are by Scott. They're going to give their pitch for why you should come and visit their room to help take the flying car industry further forward and answer General Hinote's challenge, as well as obviously a great discussion with those leaders. So don't leave yet. First, Scott, will you introduce each of the speakers, have them give their pitch, then turn it back over to me, and I'll give the final instructions to get everybody out to visiting these interactive rooms.
Great, thanks, Brandon. So let's kick it off here. A little bit of competition between the rooms. I think we'll let each one of them give their pitch, but let's start with the first chat room. The theme behind this one is from test to personnel recovery. You heard General Hino talk a little bit about personnel recovery and squadrons of the future. In that room, leading the charge from the Air Force is Colonel Peter Cheeks White. Colonel White serves alongside me in AFWIC under General Hino. He has over 2,500 flying hours. He is our lead for personnel recovery and special operations capabilities. He recently worked in the Office of Secretary of Defense doing work on personnel recovery and hostage rescue policy. Joining Colonel White is Lieutenant Colonel Rory Feely, U.S. Marine Corps officer who happens to be commanding the Navy Test Pilot School and on the side has a small business where he dabbles in electric vertical takeoff and landing. In that job, he leads the school as they train new pilots to become the test pilots of the future. And he was a U.S. Secretary of Defense Executive Fellow in 2016 to 2017. So with that, Pete, if you want to come up on camera and give a short pitch about you and a little bit about what you're going to talk about.
Sure. Hey, thanks, Scott. Appreciate the intro. Yeah, and it's been a pleasure working with you. You and Nate have done a wonderful job setting this up for the Air Force. So, yeah, I'm Peter Cheeks White. I work for General Hinote, and he's already teed me up for my personnel recovery breakout room. Should be very interesting. I have an extensive background in personnel recovery as an HC-130J combat systems officer. And during my breakout session, I'd like to pull a few of the threads that General Hinote spoke about. One of those is the projected minimal support requirements that I think that these aircraft can bring to the personnel recovery mission and how that will increase our maneuverability around the battle space. Also, a few of the inherent characteristics of these aircraft. General Hinote mentioned this one, and actually Dr. Roper did it this morning about the acoustic signature being very small. So that's very exciting for our mission set, as well as a couple other things that I'll get to later on. But I really encourage you to join me in my breakout session. If I'm the last one picked, I'm okay with that. I have a thick skin. I'm used to it from the fourth grade kickball field. So all is good. I look forward to talking with everyone out there and answering your questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it. And just for the rest of the folks, you're going to give a chance to give the pitch again. So I think I'm excited to get to talk with Peter. So Rory, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Lieutenant Colonel Rory Feely, and I am the commanding officer at Naval Test Pilot School. And what's really exciting is it is all about the future, right? The past has already been done, but everybody loves the concept of the Jetsons. So what is the biggest, most outlandish idea that we could use eVTOL technologies for, and how would we go about doing that? Think about a lunar lander and creating the kind of G-loading environment that would do, and then how would we use these vehicles to simulate that? Because we're not going to the moon every day to land there just to see what the testing's like. Bring it a little bit back to Earth. You're talking 85 to 90% of all the world's trade is done in the oceans because it takes 17 cents to move a metric ton 1 mile. That is how cheap it is, and that's why it's always going to be done there. How are you going to protect those routes? You can use these kinds of technologies for that, and that's why I want to talk to you in our chat room. I'll see you there. Thank you.
Rory, that's awesome. I didn't think I would hear the application on the moon, so I'm energized to come hear that. I think now we have over 1,000 people joining us, listening in live, and we've in the next room we've got Colonel Marine Corps Astro Murray, joined with another Marine Corps colleague, Mr. Carmine Borelli, and Lieutenant Colonel Mike Hack. I've broadly themed this room air mobility, and they're going to really talk about kind of the synergies I think you're going to hear from them between what the Marine Corps is thinking about, from the movement of people and stuff, and what the Air Force is thinking about. So first, Colonel Murray graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in May of 1995. He is an F-18 pilot. He has a degree in national security economic policy, and he works at the Marine Corps Warfighting Lab. He's joined by Mr. Carmen Borelli, who's the Deputy Director of the Marine Corps Warfighting Lab, focused on logistics innovation. And I can just say personally, he's been a great joint partner in this endeavor. I respect him as a thought leader and has done significant work to codify and describe a world where unmanned air logistics make the joint force much more capable. And with them is Lieutenant Colonel Mike Hack from the Air Force Special Operations Command. He was working at their headquarters staff, who's responsible for strategy, concept development, and technology investment. He is a pilot with over 3,500 flying hours in C-130H aircraft. He recently graduated the Air War College and finished up command at the 15th Special Operations Squadron. With that, Astro Marine Corps Colonel Kevin Murray, over to you for a short pitch so we can get out to the rooms.
Hey, everyone, it's Colonel Murray, call signs Astro. I went to space camp when I was younger, so unlike the Air Force, we don't get call signs that are cool. We get something that's highly embarrassing. So, hey, welcome. I'm the mad scientist for the Marine Corps. My job is one of the coolest ones in the Marine Corps. It's to go out and find all these new technologies and bring them to bear for our warfighter and our Marines at the tactical edge. Amateurs talk tactics, professionals talk logistics, and we're going to talk about air mobility in our working group and talk about the application of eVTOL technology and how that's going to apply to the future. As you've probably heard, the Commandant has given us a significant challenge here for the future of force design for the Marine Corps, and our ability to execute against a peer threat inside of a highly contested environment is number one on his list. And we see the application of this technology as one of those ways to logistically survive and move and be agile in such an environment. And I entice you to come and spend time with us this afternoon as we talk a little bit about that and trade back and forth. Over.
Thanks, Colonel Murray. I appreciate that. I really like your artwork behind you. It's pretty awesome. So with that, over to your teammate, Carmine.
Yeah, I actually work for Colonel Murray. Hope you can hear me out there. And look, we want you to come to our room for the main reason Colonel Murray outlined it. I mean, he's definitely the lead on this and working us through it. But most importantly for us is we've got basically three acquisition efforts moving along towards this technology. So we've been working on eVTOL size, weight, and power the last 2 years. A lot of the platforms that you've identified that you're speaking about today, we're looking for small, medium, and large platforms. Our acquisition folks just recently did a prize competition. We're looking for early operational fielding on a small, basically 50 to 150 pound platform that's a squad level resupply. And then medium, 300 to 500 pound capacity for, you would say, potentially CASEVAC for the future. And then for the large, we're talking about light utility transformational vertical lift, which is that 1,000, 3,000 pound capacity platform. We're looking at maybe something like Marine Uber of the future. So we look for you to come to our chat room. I look forward to hearing from you. Over.
Thanks, Carmine. Very interesting comments. And I'll just say, as somebody who's thinking about a different future of logistics, sit down and talk with Carmine. He's expanded the way I think about it for sure. And so rounding out room two, so again, this is room two, is Lieutenant Colonel Mike Hack from Air Force Special Operations Command. And Lieutenant Colonel Hack, I think we've already talked a little bit about him. So Mike, over to you.
Hey, thanks, sir. Yeah, greetings from the beach down here at Aerobert Field, Florida. At Air Force Special Ops Command, I just want to push out that we're committed to experimenting and being a pathfinder for the Joint Force. One of the things that our new boss, Lieutenant General Slife, has brought up with Dr. Roper is standing up experimental units and looking at future technologies, especially things like Agility Prime, shaking those things out. To speak about logistics under attack, I think AFSOC has some experience in this area. I can go in that in our chat room. And it's not just about high-end fight or high-end competition or low-end with no threat. We see it opportunities across the whole spectrum, whether you're counter-violent extremist operations in kind of a lower threat environment, or you look at potentially enhancing survivability with with mass or signature management and using that in a higher end fight. So from our room, I can promise no PowerPoint slides, and I look forward to seeing you guys out there.
Mike, thanks. Appreciate that. And then for those that don't know it out there, AFSOC does some amazing missions and support with our international partners as well, building capacity for with our international partners, as well as usually they're on the front lines when there is any kind of humanitarian assistance, disaster response need. So they are there everywhere as needed. So I think that's going to be an excellent panel. So again, rounding out room 2 is Colonel Astro Marine Corps Murray, Carmine Borelli, and Mike Hack. So now on to room 3, called this The Art of the Possible, Academia to Test. And in there, we put 2 people together, the Army and the Air Force. So from the Air Force, we've got Colonel Matthew Astro again, so another Astro, Winthy. Colonel Winthy is the commander of the Air National Guard and Air Force Test Center in Tucson, Arizona. He is a combat search and rescue helicopter pilot and weapons officer with over 2,700 flight hours. He has significant experience both in combat and domestic operations in the Air Force and in the California Air National Guard. He is a graduate of the Air Force Academy, the Naval Postgraduate School, and the National Defense University National War College. Joining him is Dr. Jarrett Riddick. We needed at least one PhD on this panel to round it out. So from the Army, Dr. Riddick is the Director of the Vehicle Technology, Director of U.S. Combat Capabilities Development, Command, Army Research Laboratory. That's a lot of words. So he does science, is what I'd say. He leads the establishment of the strategic vision for new science to enable future Army manned and unmanned capabilities. Dr. Riddick is a great thought leader in this area, and I think you will find him very compelling. So with that, let me give the mic over to Astro Air Force, Colonel Matthew Winthy.
Hey, thanks, Scott. How's it going? Happy to be a part of this. Not completely, a little bit confused because I think other than being named, have the same name as the dog from the Jetsons. That's about where my proximity to this Agility Prime effort kind of runs out. So like you mentioned, I'm a helicopter pilot. And here at the Air National Guard Air Force Reserve Test Center, we, for several decades, have been focused on modernizing legacy aircraft. And as we follow AFWIC very closely, we don't take it personally, but understanding the portfolio of the Air Force that we need and applying the principles of inclusion and exclusion, I think you could say that our portfolio kind of represents the Air Force that we don't need, right? So we know, of course, that it is the Air Force that we have, and we're very passionate about working on it. But quite frankly, my day-to-day is not directly related to getting after things like Agility Prime, as exciting as it is. So what we're going to do in our group is I'm going to spend a little time pulling at some of the threads and some of the discovery that we've gone through at the test center in terms of what the rest of us can do, right? What are some of the things, if you're not Colonel Diller, if you're not on AFWIC, if you're not the PEO working Agility Prime, there's a lot of other low-hanging fruit that we need to get after in terms of prepping the battlefield, our processes and our bureaucracy for when things like Agility Prime hit the field. So we're going to talk a little bit about our own internal AATC flying car project that we're going to work on, that we're working on with AFRL, which is pretty interesting and has some pretty good lessons learned. We're going to talk about our software discovery for DevSecOps. We're working pretty closely with Nick Shalon and how that will relate to Agility Prime. And then obviously as a helicopter pilot, I'm going to kind of give my perspective on human in the loop and kind of some of the paradigms that we have to kind of shift as we look at the human in the loop for Agility Prime. And I do think that we have the smartest panelists in our room. So you're going to have to just dial in and determine for yourselves which one of us that is. Okay. With that, I'll pass it over to Dr. Riddick. Over.
Thanks, Astro. Dr. Riddick, over to you to round out, I think the smartness of the panel, but I'm not sure, Astro.
All right, great. Now, I'm not smart enough to start my video, so I'll just start talking, I guess. At any rate, listen, congratulations. to the Air Force and to Dr. Roper for this great event. And listen, to any and everyone who had a hand in putting on this event. I think this is a historic event based on the interest and the excitement, the investment, the innovation. It is clear that this event today is a validation that UAM is real and eVTOL has arrived. So I direct the Vehicle Technology Directorate in the CCDC Army Research Laboratory. Army Research Laboratory is the corporate research laboratory of the Army. We're focused on future technologies for manned, unmanned, air, and ground vehicles. I often joke that I live in 2035. So my job is to ensure that when the Army arrives in 2035, we have technological overmatch and no surprises out to 2050. So from that perspective, I want to explore a key question today. How can we, as a community, all together begin now planning to align research partnerships across military, government, academia, and industry to ensure robust pipelines for technology and talent to sustain the interest that we have today and maintain that well into the future to 2035 and beyond for urban air mobility. So if you're interested in hearing more about that, please join me in breakout room 3 with Astro AF, as I call him, and listen to the show. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Dr. Riddick. So again, just to summarize, room 3, Art of the Possible. We've got the doctor with Astro AF, and I think that's going to round out a great room there. And I think Dr. Riddick left us hanging a little bit because I have a feeling that we're going to get a chance to see him when we go to the breakout room. So Brandon, back over to you.
Yeah. Excellent pitches, everyone. And timing on video, it was as if we were live broadcast TV. Thank you so much for that. Speakers, please make your way to your room with your facilitator, your Agility Prime member, and your tech support in those rooms. You got 3 people backing each of you up to make sure your rooms are successful. Head over to your rooms. The rest of the viewing audience, over 1,000 of you now. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's really an honor to have all of you here. The chats are lighting up, as everybody can see. The questions are pouring in. We're loving it. Live on the screen right now are the graphic with the links to the 3 rooms. You can press the button on the website. On the chat, we're putting up the links as well. Everywhere possible that we can digitally reach you, we are hoping that you will click and join one of those 3 rooms and engage with them in 2 20-minute rounds. So you're joining around here and now. It will begin as soon as we have when the speakers are there and when enough of you guys show up, they will begin, probably in the next less than a minute. After the 20 minutes are over, we're going to send out links again. They're the same links because you're going to choose the second chat room that you want to go to. So once again, head to your first chat room now, join, interact with those speakers, give them a hard time, think about General High Notes Challenge, work with them for 20 minutes, then go to your second choice. And after that second choice, we will be coming back to the main YouTube stream. The presenters will be joining Scott, Nate, and I in the production headquarters. But everybody else, you can come back to YouTube after your second round. We'll give these instructions every step of the way, but we're going to sign off this live screen right now in order to go check in on those breakouts and those chat rooms of all of our expert panelists. Hey folks, if you've joined the live stream right now or in the last couple of minutes, we are in breakout groups, deep diving on several topics. We're going to take this live stream
where he made it very
into room 3, which is talking about the art of the possible and idea to reality. We've got Colonel Matthew Wenthe and Jarrett Riddick, our PhD panelist, going live there. Team production crew, let's take it live to that chat room number 3, and we'll be back out here broadcasting. And if you've just joined us, there's 3 rooms. Click on the breakout links in order to get access to the room and do a deep dive with these experts in the field. Over to Art of the Possible.
At the top, about what we're doing in VTOL in the Army. Now, so that we're clear, Future Vertical Lift is the modernization enterprise, modernization priority for vertical lift in the Army. And within Future Vertical Lift, there is no clear program or development for eVTOL within Future Vertical Lift. But I want to show you how we might work within the Army to start to begin now developing research partnerships more in the early TRL stages that will develop a robust pipeline for technology and talent down the road. So when you look at the development programs, if we start over to the far right here in the sustainment, that's where we see our legacy aircraft. Those are manned aircraft. As we move to the left in this chart, back toward TRL 4 to 6, you see we have a lot of, we have the S&T programs for manned vertical lift of JMRTD. If you've heard of FARA and FLRAA, those are the the FVL manned systems. At the top of this chart, I've included, there are some small efforts looking at small quad rotor type systems for short range reconnaissance. There's a program that's gone on there. And also the soldier-based system is a small system that we're also looking at. We also have some work going on looking at autonomous aerial resupply. The JTARS program, if any of you have heard of that, is a look at a JCTD, which is an OSD-sponsored effort to look at writing requirements for autonomous aerial resupply. And the sustainment concept developers within the Army are involved in that. But if you look right where UAM is, and Dr. Roper made the point this morning that UAM, these are mature technologies that are moving. We don't want to do anything as a defense market to slow those down. So that puts UAM right in squarely in advanced development, engineering, production. And I foresee that it will move rapidly towards something around 23 to 25 of some sort of initial operational capability. So that means between advanced development and where I sit in discovery, there's this broad space. And in that space, I want to talk about how we might, as industry, academia, warfighter, ARL, start to form some partnerships. If you look at that graphic at the bottom, this is really our approach to how we do research within our research lab. It's not a linear process where you go from TRL 1, 4 to 6. It's a combined effort. Partnerships that work together across industry, academia, and the lab with warfighter input, warfighter touch points early in technology development are very important. The user community input as these technologies move along is one of the real innovations in the Army Futures Command, and one that we want to exploit even in this area. Next chart. And so I want to put this next chart up to just show sort of a notional view of how we could get to far-term capabilities that would build upon what's going on in the UAM space today. So within UAM, there's an expectation that around 23 to 25, these air vehicles
Thank you, chat room presenters. Excellent first round. And the benefit of this is we have round 2. And the only difference is you have all new participants. So you get to take everything you learned and make round 2 that much better. On screen right now, both the breakout number links at the bottom of your website, YouTube chat, Slack, anywhere we can digitally reach you. Those are the links to take you to round 2. Round 2 will also be 20 minutes. There will be no YouTube live stream during this time. We found that we had over 300 people in many of the groups. And so we are going to in on their topic of choice for this second and final round. A reminder, after these 20 minutes are over, we will all be back on YouTube Live, broadcasting a discussion amongst what each of those panelists learned and want to take forward coming out of these deep dives. Once again, click on the link, join your second round now, second and final one. Go give your presenters a hard time. See you back in 20 minutes here on YouTube Live. Welcome back. We had over 300 people in many of the breakouts over those 2 rounds. Thank you so much for participating. And yes, we know that there were a ton more questions that you wanted to ask in the time we have given. So we are doing a couple things. One, if you left them in chat, our team is collecting all those ones in chat from each of the different rounds. But we're also putting up a question live on Poll Everywhere now. And feel free to leave your question there, and we will do our best to answer it over the course of this week, or even directly if it's a really specific question that we might be able to answer directly. The Agility Prime team is here to help the entire week. And so feel free to fill in that survey again, and we will do our best to get all of those questions answered in the question and answer period coming up right now and over the course of the rest of the week. We are at about 27 minutes left for our day 1 of Agility Prime Week. And Nate and Scott are joining me here, as well as all the speakers that were just in the. We're going to give each speaker a few seconds to debrief kind of what they learned and the big ahas or takeaways from that. You can see them coming on the screen now. Nate and Scott have some pretty targeted questions to ask to wrap up. So Nate, Scott, presenters, thank you. Take it away.
Excellent. Thanks for the teams breaking up there. I think we'd be interested if we can do a quick run through. I'd be interested from Jarrett's perspective. What was the feedback that you got? Where did you see this in particular for the Army?
And Jarrett, really quickly, as speakers join here, if you guys could join with your video on and audio off, it'll be a nice picture on screen here to capture for the YouTube audience. They can see your ideas as you respond. So Jarrett, kick us off. Everybody, video on, audio off until it's your turn to talk. Thanks so much.
Okay, could I get a reread of the question? I'm sorry, I was a little bit late joining.
Sure. From the Army perspective, what's the mission you think that the Army, where's the first place that the Army might find value in some of the technologies that we're seeing and talking through here today?
Yeah, I think that, if you're paying attention to the Army Future Vertical Lift, you'll see that there is no program within Future Vertical Lift for eVTOL. But there are other areas, though, that I think there is some focus that is going to yield some opportunity. The sustainment concept developers are looking at autonomous aerial resupply. And there is a considerable effort there in developing requirements documents around autonomous aerial resupply. You can look at the work that is going on in the JTARS, JCTD to see where the focus is. And it appears that will be one of the first places that we see opportunity within the Army for this scope of technologies. From my perspective, the technologies that are being developed here will offer a considerable range of innovations to leverage for far future for UAS technology.
Great, thanks, Dr. Riddick. I appreciate that. And then I think to your teammate, Matthew Winthy, are you up? If you can come up on mic there. In reference to General Highnote's question, I wrote it down here. What is the single biggest challenge facing this industry, and what can the government and military do to overcome that challenge? Did you get any feedback along those lines, and if not, what did you learn in the engagement with the audience?
Well, 2 things. Piggyback, I just want to kind of talk about the use case question, and just from a guard standpoint, I'm very interested. We didn't talk about too much in our discussion, but very interested in potential use cases for this from a DomOps, domestic response, disaster response, non-threat environment. So huge possibilities there. In terms of what we can do, we talked about it a little bit, and kind of our thoughts were, overall as we move through the discovery phase of on the DoD side, what does this look like? And then on industry side, how do we work together? We talked, or at least I talked a little bit about the idea that I think both the industry side and on the DoD side, we have been trained in a process for the past 50 years that on our side starts with your contracting office or your program office, and on the industry side starts with your business development office, and puts this layer between the actual experts with the ideas and getting them to talk directly
and red team ideas. So ways that we can work together on both sides to better this. Over.
Great, I appreciate that. And then I think Nate, you're going to kick off the next one. I think, but real quick from room 3, it sounds like you guys had quite a good conversation. Hopefully, it was engaging. I think we had over 300 folks in your room, so I think that's kind of remarkable. So Nate, over to you.
Yeah, sure, Carmine. Can you talk a little bit in terms of the portfolio of things? How do you see this interacting with the portfolio of other capabilities that are out there? I know from the Marine Corps, you've looked at logistics. Astro Murray talked about, logistics is really where we need to be putting our focus on. Where do you see this fitting in, and what does that portfolio start to look like across both from a commercial perspective and what might need to be military only?
So I think, we've begun to evolve. We started with cargo, small, medium, large, as you're aware of, and we talked about a bit, getting advanced distributed distribution to forces that can do this organically, right? And then we've kind of evolved now to personal air mobility, where not only do we want to do cargo, but in the medium range, we want to do CASEVAC. And in the larger range, we want to do air mobility. And we want to have that increased flexibility and responsiveness across an expeditionary battlefield. So I think starting cargo was good. It's got us the momentum now to talk about size, weight, power, autonomy, and the things that we want to do to move through this space. And now we feel as we're moving through it, we can talk about transformative vertical lift and get something that maybe end up being lower maintenance costs through simplicity, improved safety, affordable quality, improved acoustics, and greater flexibility, right? And reduced infrastructure. So that's where we're looking at this evolve to. As you see, we've been involved with cargo for about 2 years now. So we've got numerous use cases that we've been working through with wargaming, analysis, experimentation. Now we see this evolving towards personnel movement and air mobility. Over.
Carmine, appreciate that. I really do think that the Marines are leading the charge, and we're happy to be your wingman. If I could, maybe on that theme, over to a little bit more to room 2. So again, Colonel Murray, I think he's your boss. I'm assuming Carmen said it all right, but anything that you learned in the engagement with the audience that you hadn't thought about before, or new ideas, or maybe just listening to our Air Force teammate Mike Hack talk?
I mean, Mike actually had a great point to drive it home, was this idea of dispersion and the ability for us to be in lots of places and not necessarily put all our eggs in one basket like we do today. And that led me down the road of talking about how our current fleet is tailored towards Swiss Army knives, and those Swiss Army knives are like kind of golden hammers for every nail. And they've gotten to be super exquisite and super expensive. And this is an opportunity now to get to mass with low cost, highly distributable assets that are easy to fly, that don't take years to learn how to operate. And we can get to survivability through that swarming kind of concept, where instead of having 50 Marines in the back of one helicopter, we can have 4 Marines in the back of 50 helicopters. Now, that math didn't match because we're Marines and we can't do math. And Nate's over there talking about me eating crayons right now. I got it. But the fact is the idea of being able to disperse and disaggregate across things. So you're always laughing too. That's the problem with video being turned on these things. But that's the whole idea is instead of putting your eggs in one basket, you can get to mass, and you can get to mass through highly distributed capability at a much lower price point. And so, we're building $100 million helicopters right now. That's 1,000, eVTOLs right now. If the price, did I get that math right, Nate? I'm just checking.
Oh. I think, Astro, what we got to do as a banana eating pilot myself, let's switch over to a different topic that I know is near and dear to your heart, just as a follow up to you. And there's other folks that can weigh in on this as well. one of the biggest items that's been identified by industry is the idea that we may need, tens or thousands or tens of thousands of pilots. What does this world look like for new types of pilots? What can the Marine Corps do to help that along? What can the Marine Corps gain if we start to think about piloting different? What are the key technologies that the Marine Corps Warfighting Lab sees as enablers, and the training that allows us to get there into the military, that we might be able to actually help the commercial side as well?
Well, I mean, look at how long it takes for us to train a pilot. We're 2 to 3 years in length right now, and then sustaining that qualification requires certain numbers of flight hours every year, and so many hours a week or a month, and instrument ratings and conditions, and that is a huge burden. And so for the Marine Corps, we have at least within the Marine Corps Warfighting Lab, partnered with ONR and AFRL. We've really worked on a program for autonomy as a not loyal wingman, but a wingman in the cockpit. And we see that same possibility now when you get to a fully electrified airplane with all computer controlled. It allows you to put the software in there. It helps the pilot. It augments the pilot. And we can grow just like a Tesla. And the way they're introducing those into the commercial, they're kind of slowly acclimating you to autonomy and this technology over time, that to the end point, which is, hey, when the autopilot software actually works, it'll just work. And you're building the trust and breaking the cultural barriers in situ, if you will, at the same time. And so when it comes to training pilots, we see this opportunity to really shorten the pilot training time frame and leverage that autonomy, and having those pilots grow up just like my kids know how to use their iPhone 10 times better than I do. If our younger pilots are growing up with their AI co-pilots from the very beginning, and that's just part of the nature of the way they do business, we're going to be better off for it, and it's going to help us break that curve of training and sustainment.
Super. If I can, just with your Marine Corps counterpart there, Rory, at the Navy Test Pilot School, clearly this is something at the test pilot level, you guys are on the leading edge of this type of work. What does it look like? What can the test centers, what can the test pilots do to maybe accelerate that future that Astro sees and that the commercial industry really needs to have if they're going to be able to scale in the ways that they would like to?
Yes, sir. Great question. I think the first thing is collaboration. One of the things that we do here at Naval Test Pilot School, and we do have a UAS curriculum that uses eVTOL aircraft. So like I talked about in some of my comments earlier, both the Air Force and naval aviation have 75 years of history of testing and developing aircraft, and we do that very well. But the other people that have moved into this space are what I'll call the hobby drone industry, and they've also got great ideas. Understanding the best of their world, and as you take the traditional methods for testing aircraft to get them to use in the future, and fusing those two things so that we get to a very viable, product or series of products. One of the things we're teaching our folks right now is how to develop handling quality specifications for a drone. What does that mean, even in that? And it's a little bit of a technical concept, but if you're flying an aircraft, how well can you fly it? Well, what does that mean for how well you can fly a drone if you're flying FPV? Or how do you evaluate, fuel remaining in the battery such that you can still accomplish missions like the FAA would look at it from an aircraft perspective? We ask and challenge all of our folks coming through to think about those things. And then how do you develop tests to go out and test them to see if they're meeting the needs of the user? So those are the kinds of things that happen right here, right now in our curriculum, as well as understanding, the more complicated missions that we're asking unmanned systems to do. Also, to dovetail on an earlier point, one of the things we want pilots to do is be able to walk and chew bubblegum. Honestly, I don't want the pilots it's going to sound bad when I say it, to be good pilots. I want them to be good operators. And in order to get them to be good mission operators, I need to have the piloting piece is second nature. And that's what requires a lot of the training, right? I want expert mission operators, not expert pilots. I just need them to be so good at piloting that they got all this spare capacity to do the mission operation side. That's the goal, and autonomy will play a huge part in achieving that. I create spare mental capacity in the operator, right? Such that 99.9% of their focus is, round on target, mission execution, not worrying about an aircraft that they got to fly that could kill them if they're not paying attention. Over.
Rory, I think that's great. I think I'm curious, Mike. So Mike Hack from AFSOC. If you got any good questions, some people might say, what Special Operations Command thinking about here? And I think you gave a little bit of that discussion earlier, but some people may not be aware kind of the broad set of missions that you guys do, as well as maybe some of the thoughts about how you talked about a little bit about being a pathfinder for new technologies or new capabilities. So is there anything that you learned from the group, or maybe learned from, it's hard to imagine, but from our Marine Corps brethren that you were paired with in there? Any thoughts there?
Yeah, so I think this is a good time to talk about risk. People sometimes look at special ops and they say, oh, they take a lot of risk and they assume a lot of risk. And it's not that we across the enterprise do more dangerous things because we just want to. We go out and we train to it, and we in some cases we get special technologies in order to do more dangerous things with the appropriate amount of risk. So it's about understanding what the hazards are and then mitigating those hazards to manage the risk. And I think for this industry, something we talked about to try to answer General Heinle's question, it's what's the most difficult challenge. And when I look at it, it's for the manned platforms, how do they build trust in the civilian and even DoD community? And part of that is being able to manage risk at the initial stages of this industry, to where you don't have some incident that scares people off because you're not managing it appropriately, because you don't understand what people need to be capable of, or what they are capable of. So I think it's understanding that the operator still needs to be able to make risk decisions. They may not be able to have to fly the thing, but they're still going to at some level have to decide, is the weather good enough or not good enough? And they should be able to do that. And we should take that into account as we move forward.
I think it's a great point. And I'd actually like to go over to Peter for a second to talk about the idea of risk. And as you know, Peter, Dr. Roper has been very adamant. This is not supposed to be an effort where we go do a gimmick, we fly a couple of things and call it good. He is intent on making this a program where we're actually taking capability to the field in 2023. So in 3 years, what does that look like? I know you've had some really interesting thoughts about where we start on this. How could we in the next year start to actually do some operational missions and get exactly as Mike just, how do we dial that risk in the right way? And as you know, Dr. Roper is interested in, let's go do something soon that could present opportunities for revenue for these companies, maybe within the next year or two. What does that look like in your mind?
Yeah, thanks, Nate. Well, this is something that Scott and I have talked about a lot. Told stories to each other, as General High Note says we do in AFLIC, right? And we dreamed up all kinds of things that we could start out with. But I think where it really starts, and for those that were in the breakout session with me, it starts with an experimental squadron of some kind, right? That's in the Air Force, not necessarily your traditional test that has a requirements-based system, but this new product that hits the street and we experiment with it, right? And as we're experimenting with it, it can also perform operational missions. So whether that's, say, on our test ranges, doing simple logistics runs throughout the test range. For those of you who have ever been on an Air Force or Navy test range, these things are span of square miles, right? And so just to be able to move logistics right there, there is testing and experimentation that can take place by just doing these simple runs. And oh, by the way, that could directly translate into a logistics run for you name the cargo company out there. Also, just with me, with my personnel recovery background, I think that, while we're doing these things, life happens all around us. So we are routinely within our rescue groups asked to perform rescue missions, right? That happen, whether that's through the Air Force Recovery Center, Rescue Coordination Center, right? They ask us if we can perform missions on behalf of states all the time. And so if we have these experimental squadrons around, there's no telling that they couldn't be involved in one of these. I think too, one thing that I'd like to get back to is some of the stuff that Mike and Rory were talking about that spare capacity that we have with potential with air crew here, the mental capacity. Well, you think about that not only in the operational mission, but what about in the training? If industry is able to get these platforms to a area where they are very simple to fly, well, why can't we train them to be the crew chief as well, right? And then take that to a personnel recovery mission where, why can't I train that pilot to have pararescue skills, medical skills, right? Or is it the other way? Am I training a PJ to have the flight skills because the PJ skills are more difficult, right? So this is just really kind of throwing a whole new paradigm into a lot of the mission sets. But hopefully that gets to what you were looking for, Nate.
That's great. Scott, we'll leave it to you for some closing remarks, and then we'll go back with a little bit of admin and peer into what we have for tomorrow. So Scott, wrap it up for us.
Absolutely. So I just want to say thanks to our panelists. I think we've got a great collection of doers, right? It's the user community out there, people that are at the forefront of change. Some of the folks out there that might be bringing this technology sooner rather than later, bringing that future to today. It's a great partnership with the Marines. So it's, the smallest force maybe that's out there that may be really leading the way in some of our concepts of logistics. But from where I sit and I see what the Marines are doing, and then I see what my own brothers and sisters and our Special Operations Command and how they're conceiving of that future, it's almost exactly aligned. And then when I stepped back and I walked into companies and got to see a little bit of their tech and how they talk about the future from the commercial aspect, there's such a synergy there. There's so much similarity there. So I appreciate you guys diving deep into it. Hopefully you've got a chance to engage with the audience. I think we got some feedback on the questions. And I think what the audience told us is they had more questions for us along the themes of, what are going to be those new mission sets that first for the Air Force, for the Joint Force. I think we talked about that. One of the other questions was related to safety and public acceptance. And I think Mike did a great job kind of talking about how we're, especially some of our special operations team, how they're able to manage risk effectively in order to kind of be that vanguard or that pathfinder. And then, just a question out there about, what's the government's plan, or how's the government and the military going to help with test ranges and assets? And I think that's core to our approach. And so on that question, whoever asked or wherever that came from, tomorrow morning, we're going to dive deep into that because that is, as what Dr. Roper talked about earlier today, one of those key services or one of those key goods, non-monetary goods that we can provide back to this industry. So I just want to say thanks to the panelists, thanks to the audience, and then Nate, back over to you.
Panelists, thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind turning your video off and muting right now so we can cover the final details of this afternoon and tomorrow. Thanks, panelists. Really appreciate it.
Super. All right. I think that was fantastic. I think we got some good lessons really to help us get into what we're going to address tomorrow. So as we discussed, this is not a gimmick that we have given this to our program executive officer at Linda Rutledge, who's going to start things off tomorrow. Accelerate this, talking about those, right? The future's not that far away, but there's a lot of work to get there. We can't be naive. We are doing hard stuff, of putting human beings in a piece of metal and flying them through the sky. And we're going to do it this time with electric propulsion, something that we haven't done before. So Miss Rutledge and her team at the Mobility and Training Aircraft PEO will be talking through that. They have a fantastic background of bringing that capability. You see the C-17 that they've done and have been able to provide that as a logistics asset around the world. With Agility Prime, expecting to do the same. Also going to have General Chris Azzano. He is the Test Center Commander for the United States Air Force, taking the most sophisticated flying machines and putting those into the air safely. We're going to talk about different testing assets, being able to do climate lab work, being able to accelerate the ability to get into our wind tunnels, being able to take those ranges that we were just talking about around the country and being able to make sure that those are accessible to ready to flight test right away. And then last but not least on the morning, Brandon, tell us how everyone's going to engage.
Yeah, so we're going to allow audience participation over the course of the morning. And then before Nate talks about the afternoon, we have a special treat tomorrow for networking. We have artificial intelligence based on registration. So everybody who participates will be guaranteed to meet the people that can help them in their particular challenge or interest they have around flying cars going forward. So please register. The links will be coming up in chat, Slack, etc. Register for tomorrow's networking. It'll change the way you think about networking, I promise. Nate, how about the afternoon?
Super. Yeah, we'll close it out in the afternoon with just an amazing lineup of the people who have done so much to be able to make this reality happen at the speed that it is. They've been thinking about this across NASA, DOT, with the FAA, with some fantastic innovation by the Go Fly Prize with Glenn Leiter. And then we're going to have Peter Shannon talk about the work that's been done recently, an amazing report that really gives a vision of what this looks like going into the future. We will then finish off with Mark Moore giving an in-depth discussion of what this looks like and how we plan on bringing together this future tomorrow.
And Nate, one question we've been getting from the audience quite a bit is what's happening to all these videos and all these interactions? So we are saving every single video. We will be posting them not live. We'll be posting them on agilityprime.com so you can view them the day after, a couple of days after, or we'll keep them up there for a very long time. So you'll be able to see those. And also we've noticed a lot of activity on social media. Please share with your friends. The conversation is, I think, just getting started there after over 5,000 people being involved today. So we'd really love to hear from you on social media. Anything else to cover, Nate?
No, follow Brendan on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, wherever else. And I would encourage
Agility Prime.
That's right, Agility Prime. And I would recommend looking around the webpage, expecting to make an announcement tomorrow. You might find some things on the webpage as you look around tonight. So with that, really appreciate the fantastic participation from everyone today. Really appreciate all the senior leaders willing to take time out of their extraordinarily busy day today. And again, thanks to all those who are fighting the COVID crisis today. We are deeply indebted for the work that you're doing and looking forward to getting this crisis beyond us. Thanks and have a good evening.
Nice to be in orbit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.